Hi everybody, what's good? Nice to see you guys. How's it going? Hello JCL, hello Tape, hello Enlightened Apollo. Whoa, that music was really loud for me. Oh, I forgot to turn my whatever. It's whatever. Whatever. Congrats on your first, second, and third. Hi Uni. Hello Azzy. Hello Nebula. Hello Mingle. Hello Deadshot. Hello Pickles. Hello Emphy. Hi everybody. Good to see you guys. How are you guys doing today? Can we immediately please get a kind shout out for Uni? Hi Azzy, what's good? How are you guys doing today? It's nice to see you. What's poppin'? How are you feeling? How are you guys doing? How is your day so far? I'm pretty exhausted. Not pretty. I'm pretty exhausted. Ugh. But we're so back. I got an espresso. I got a drink with my creatine as usual to keep my daily intake intact, and we've been going pretty well. We're gonna continue the world today. I'm very excited. I slept for like 9 hours today. I woke up at like 1 p.m., but I kept like falling back into sleep till like 2 p.m., which is pretty bad. I'm pretty no. Oh no. Break's about to end. Maybe catch you once finished and home. Sounds good. Take care of yourself. Much love, Uni. Thank you very much for the have an awesome stream. You take good care of yourself. I will hopefully see you very soon. Take good care. We're super back. We're gonna go back into server building today. I guess today, after today, maybe I'll leave the server up 24/7 as well. Another day, another dollar. Another day, another drop, baby. We have another day of drop events going on. I'm caffeining myself right now. It's rainy and it's making me even more sleepy. True. Server. Yeah, we're continuing on the Megabase. I started with the turfing of the base last time. The zone, the middle zone. We're working on things right now. It's pretty awesome. You know what else is pretty awesome? That I just spilled some of my espresso. That's pretty awesome. I swear to God, I don't know if you guys are the same, but sometimes I just can't drink. I just can't drink anything. If I drink, I spill it. I need like a sippy cup. I need like a toddler cup. That's what I need. I finally know what I need. I need a toddler cup. I've been debating reading more of my book. I'm addicted. Why not? I mean, you said you're more of like a poolside, beachside reader, right? But I mean, why not? I'm that way, but only if it's in the kitchen and dark. I'm that way. This room couldn't be more brightly lit. Okay, that's false, but they could definitely be more brightly lit. Hi, Kuro. Great to see you. I'm pretty most likely. That wasn't. I'm not. It's okay. I do have awesome glasses though. Oh my God, I know which glasses I forgot to show last time. I don't know where they are though, but I have a pair of beer glasses. Oh, you know what? They're probably in the garbage. Like I popped the lenses out of that and I'm pretty sure they're in the garbage. You're like over halfway done in one day? Are you guys big readers? No, beer goggles. Did you guys remember that one? I know this sounds silly, but I don't know. I'm sure you guys have heard or seen it before. There used to be this really popular app, on very old school phones. Like we're talking like a decade back or something. Where you get like a beer app and you act like you're drinking a beer. And when you tilt your phone, like the beer slowly like depletes and stuff. Oh, it was so silly. It was so bad. It was so bad. It was so horrible. Yes. I remember literally begging when I got my phone, my first ever phone, which was an iPhone 3GS or something, or iPhone 3G. I don't remember what it was. It was a hand-me-down. That was after my Nokia, my smartphone, I want to say. My Nokia was a different story. That coffee looks good, doesn't it? It's the cup. The espresso, like it's the cup it's carrying. I appreciate you, Kuro. Hello, Thomir. It's great to see you, dudes. S3 Mini was certainly a phone. So I started off with a Nokia phone, which was horrible because it was a hand-me-down from my brother, which means there was Family Guy on it and Happy Tree Friends. And that changed my life forever. Happy Tree Friends for child me was not a good influence. So that was something. That was on there. That was fun. But I begged my parents for Minecraft on there, which was awesome, and I played a lot of it. Oh, that's what's wrong with you. And I also played like Infinity Blade or something like that. I don't remember what it was called exactly. It was like a really cool like game. But it's crazy. That's what's wrong with you. Like it's wild. We're gonna do some Scrandle in a second, but I want to show you guys something. Unknown gift me an idle game. He's like an addiction enabler. So I have this running in the back for like an hour now, and it's low-key so addicting. Like I have like these little guys. There's like a mystery cube that pops out coins. I upgrade these little guys to collect things and like smash coins out of it and stuff. What's the game called? It's called Rock Island. Rock Island. And it's low-key very addictive, and like I don't recommend anyone buying it because it's addictive as hell. But anyways, daily Scrandle and then back into DSD. Yeah, Rock Island, but it's like one word. Ooh, bonus round. This is like this doesn't actually count. Chicken tikka wrap or honey barbecue chicken strips. This is actually such a hard choice, low-key, because look at that. That has like the perfect barbecue char on it. Rock, but it sounds like ROG. What is a ROG? Reigns of Giants? Hello, alien. What's good? I was about to like really mispronounce your name, Alien or something. I don't even know how I would have done that. How are you doing today? Thank you for the check-ins. Don't forget your check-ins, everybody. Hello, AH. What's good, dude? Nice to see you. What's poppin'? I don't know. Both look great, literally. Oh! Hi, Cub. Great to see you. Oh, wait. The sound effects aren't working. Join sounds aren't working? What is working? The check-ins are working. But are they working? Am I just not hearing them? Did you hear a crockpot sound? No, we definitely didn't hear the tape wolf howl. How's your workout routine been? It's been good. Here, I'll play it for you. Yeah, no message either. Don't know what's on the right, but above that is a plain burger. It's been mostly good. I mean, I've been I've not every day I've been doing the full routine. I've just been doing like enough kind of, and I also modified some things. Like instead of doing like 4 sets, I do like 2 sets or something, but I do it like not with like 12 reps, but I do it till failure. Things like that. It's to the point, Taco from Taco Bell. It's to the point where my weight, my one-handed weight, the 12 kilo weight has become very like too light almost again. So I'm going to up the weight on it soon, which is good. I'm almost back at the point where I was. Taco from Taco Bell, mystery taco. We're taking the loaded fries. That's not a question. Fries look better. The other one looks burnt. Hi, Cliff. What's good? Our dog is stupid. He keeps trying to catch a bee and he always gets stung in the tongue. Okay. Hot dog versus worse hot dog. You versus past you that you surpassed. I was going to say the guy she told you not to worry about versus you, but cement dog. That looks uncooked. That looks like a nutrient brig. We're taking the hot dog with relish and mustard. That is not a question. Left to speak live. Spaghetti and meatballs stuffed into a bread with like a plastic fork. Or loaded waffle fries. Chat, left or right? Pickle fry. Oh yeah, there's pickle. Both is good. Right. Hi, Menyek. What's good? Hopefully you guys are all doing well. I hope you can join us at some point again, Azzy. Right, left, definitely left. Tight? Excuse me, Nebula? How's it going, lovely? Great to see you. What's poppin'? How are you doing? We're taking the loaded waffle fries. I meant right. Left does look pretty tight. That looks like too much filling. I don't know. I don't know. Like spaghetti in there. The meatballs, sure. What is this? That is a DIY hot dog. This is the kind of stuff you cook and ground it with buck parts and call it a hot dog. But you got like beetle sausage, like bug cheese, and like crap. I'm dead inside. Headache. Had sport today. Oof. Dead inside. Or would you write like Sri Lankan chicken curry with chickpeas and naan? And of course, can't forget the mushy peas. I'll eat the plate and styrofoam. Left is disgusting. Listen, I'm not picking this. This is technically the safer option, I feel like, in a way. No, I don't know. This is just processed chemicals. This is actual real food still. We're gonna take the Sri Lankan chicken because this is like school cafeteria. Yeah. Neither are food. That looks like a good pizza. I wish I could see half of it. Or more than half of it. But we get like a nice sprinkler showdown over here and cardboard boxes in the focus. Do people know how to take pictures of food? Chat, left or right? We got a pizza or pulled beef, gravy, and fries. Which one would you rather? Left. What is the right side? It's pulled beef, gravy with fries. I'd go for pizza. I thought I saw sliced tomatoes. There was sliced tomatoes, yeah. There were at the end of the hot dog. Then right, I'd go for pizza. I'm gonna pick the pizza, and pizza's definitely gonna not the winner. What? Butter chicken or burger, cheeseburger and fries. Butter chicken. This is no question. This is definitely butter chicken. Butter chicken is one of the best dishes there is. If you have a good butter chicken, that thing is creamy. It's moist. Right. Baby rage. Right. Right. Everybody right? Mistress is left. We got, this is crazy. Listen, the burger ain't looking too bad. We've had worse burgers on Scrandal. That's by far. But this is looking good. 67%. We got dirty spuds, excuse me, or macaroni pie with a little bit of ketchup over it. What is dirty spuds? Roast potatoes topped with meatballs, sauce, and cheese. Oh my God. Pie too small. You like your gray gravy with mushy peas. Thank God Lovely is not here. Hello, AH. Uh-oh, Lovely is here. Better than whatever right is. That sounds crazy. Meatballs with baked or with roasted potatoes and cheese. Hi, Fantasy. How's it going? I'm doing good. How are you doing today? About the 6-7. Oh! That chicken! Oh my God! Buffalo fried chicken burger. Oh my God! That's like death row meal. That's like the kind of meal I pick at death row. Or we got a potted chili. Listen, the potted chili probably tastes incredible. I'm sure it does. But you've given me the option between a bag of gold or a golden castle. I'm gonna pick the golden castle. Right? Both. That is the most incredible chicken I've ever seen in my life. And that burger, Actual good bacon. The bun looks like it is fresh and has some crunch to it. Oh my God. I've prayed for times like these. Pie mash and liquor or masala dosa? Crepes filled with potatoes, onion, and spices. Listen, I mean, the answer is very clear here. I am not picking the 2 potato mash balls with liquor. Hi, Fiery. How did your work go? Nice to see you. I hopefully you get some rest in between. Whatever that is, but left. Left, I just had to look at the right one. And yeah, and you knew. Absolutely left. There's no other way. We got a black pudding sausage roll. Oh. Or a hot dog with crispy onions, mustard, and chives. Black pudding sausage roll or hot dog. Nah, it doesn't have the sticker on it. It does have like a burned in sticker on it, it looks like. Oh. That's crazy. That's crazy. Can I find the black pudding sausage roll? I cannot Rangers FC. I found the original tweets. That's crazy. I'm taking right. I'm taking right too. That looks rancid. And black pudding, dry as dog. Okay, we got a 9 out of 10. I still can't believe 5 was wrong. I can't believe. I mean, listen, that doesn't look bad. The pulled beef gravy and chips. There's too much sauce for me. But the fact that people pick that over this actually goated looking pizza. That pizza doesn't look the best. I mean, it doesn't look the best, but it looks like a 7 out of 10. You're not going to be full after that pizza. If you're not going to be full after that pizza, you're absolutely not going to be full after this little box of fries. And the pizza costs $2.80. That thing costs $6. I don't know, dude. I don't know. That's probably also fully. No, look, that's the crazy part. It's $2.80. It's £2.80, which is like roughly like $3.50 in dollars. Or it's like $3.20. It's potatoes, so it's pretty saturating. Who are we kidding? I'm not gonna be satiated after a little tub of fries like that. Who are we kidding? Who are we kidding? It certainly ain't me. It certainly ain't me. If it's that cheap, I'm taking 3 of those pizzas. Like, literally. The gravy goes in every spot. I don't like... What is Rock Island, sir? Unknown gifted me an idle game. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Steam, that was a Rock Island achievement, actually. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We heard that. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm telling you guys not to worry. There's nothing for you guys to worry about. I totally didn't waste like an hour on this earlier immediately. Look, they're doing so good. Wait, I'll show you. If it lets me. Look, the little goobers are doing so good collecting. Look at that. Let me spit my money. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. That's pretty good. Oh my God, Goober Town. I went to Goober Town. Everybody knew you there. Hiccup. Would you think people would know you at Goober Town, chats? Are you well known at Goober Town? Probably. Yeah. Maybe Gooner Town? No! Lovely. What the hell? Okay, it's fine. You and Random have prime seating positions in those. Or in that place. Let me boot up the server real quick, Chad. You all are goofy goobers. Oh my god, I said it. I said y'all. No! I've become what I swore to fight. Y'all. It's phantom shutdown. Yeah, it's really annoying. So there's a bug going on right now. I don't know if this is because of like, if this is like a thing only for DSD servers or something. But if I shut down my server, it still portrays as online, but it's shut down. Why is it so tiny? Wait, why is he so tiny? What the what the whip? Thank you for letting me know. He was itty bitty. You're discussing it with Nodecraft at the moment. I mean, it doesn't really impact any performance, luckily, so it's not a big deal, but it's kind of funny. Even bigger? Oh, that's an awesome... What is the lore behind this emote, Azzy? Chad, how about I start, like... This is my tuber size. And then we, I get a game over... Like, I get a stream overlay, and the gameplay is gonna be, like, this size over here. Would you guys still watch me if I did that? The answer should be no. Unfollowed. Bigger. Oh, hell nah. Unsub. Wait. I need to get him behind this, like... What is that thing? Hi, Reaper. What's good? No feed, please. I'm eating. Isn't that great? The face, not the feet. I'm glad you specified. No soul behind those eyes? What do you mean, no soul? This is like the most soul you'll ever see. Hi, Reaper. How are you doing today? Let's get back into this world. Wait, I need to respond to one message real quick. Hi, Cobb, who parked their body in a yard sale. There we go. Reaper's doing good. Nice. If the avatar is this big, it would be cool to see you, the real you, reflecting in the eyes. That's awesome. I like that idea. I could technically put my webcam in the eyeballs. Mash webcam. Balls. All right, let's get this party started. I started the chest zone last time over here. I'm gonna last this space them. I'm gonna work on a farm over here. I'm gonna work on a kitchen. So we can actually make things and we can live here for the time being. Those are the essentials right now. I want to be able to live here. It would be funny to have a PNG of the camera and Shpyke avatar masked inside. We need a lot of dreadstone. and a lot of other things. Last time I thought about this. Here where the knobbly trees are, I think I'm gonna put the kitchen on this side, and on the other side I'm gonna put the farm. So right now I have it set up so that the farm was on the left. We were debating a bit about it, and I'm gonna move the farm over here instead. And the kitchen is going to be here where the knobbly trees are. And I might make the, like, through this pathway, I might make it so that over here is the food storage or something. Isn't the only way of getting Dreadstone the werepig? The werepig and the little, like, little balls that pop up when the Shadow Nightmare portal guys spawn. Or duping, or transmutating pure horror. Fig, kitchen, fig, kitchen. How long has the berry bush been there? The berry bush has been there for an hour? Without attracting anything, unfortunately. I've just come to the conclusion that, luckily I'm moving the farm anyways. I haven't murdered, or we haven't murdered the Bright Shades at home, so we can actually have Bright Shades come over here. To no luck yet, unfortunately. Because I want to make a Bright Shade farms, like, safe farm. Which means that I'm going to trap a couple Bright Shades. You were about to kill him? Yeah. Unfortunately, for this plan to work, I do need Bright Shades over here. Okay, let me just change this real quick. Keep changes. They'll go to Dragonfly Ponds, if anything before that. It's very possible. But I still don't know how their priority works differently with berry bushes and, like, farms and stuff. If there's, like, any kind of, like, AI with that. Like, oh, like, berry bushes and farms and stuff like that get treated differently. Like, planted crops or, like, planted bushes and stuff. But I don't think they would. Are you watching the VM? No, I am not. I need help cleaning this mess. I need a Maxwell, hint, hint. It's just amount of crops, whether it's player planted, I believe. Yeah, like definitely I know the player planted makes a big thing, but I don't know, we'll have to see. I still have like Bright Shades infect some stuff normally. Sometimes in like the worlds where I have like every pond planted full of stuff. You heard your name? You did. We need like big cleanup duty right here. You're gonna go cook dinner? Sounds good. What's for dinner? Guys, did you hear? Lovely's cooking dinner for all of us. That was a Omega voice crack. Don't listen to him, 8H. We need ice creams. Oh, that's actually a good idea. Do that instead. Do that instead. I like that more. You're hungry? Bro's hungry. I'm also... Well, no, I'm not really that hungry. I had some breads. I'm actually not really that hungry right now. Surprisingly. Usually I'm the epitome... The epitome? The definition of hunger. I'm John Hunger. I am the hunger. We have no fishing books. I gotta swap, I believe. Yeah, that might be the way. You still have 9 days. We want to make a bunch anyways for a fishing trap eventually. So it wouldn't hurt. Cup, I have a gift. I'm so sorry. I feel bad immediately. Fish food. Wait, do fish eat that? I call them Herald looking because they have a red scarf. Oh yeah. How did like Krampus sack farming go with Longshot yesterday, Cliff? I raided into Longshot and I saw you were gaming, which is pretty awesome. It's nice to see Longshot playing DSD again. It's been a while since I've seen him play DSD. Bright Shades don't give Dreadstone. I know. Oh, you're talking to... I haven't eaten today. It's breakfast time. You haven't eaten anything today? You just have 5 guys? Dude, again? You can't keep getting away with this. You're up to a 10 count now. I've been waking up late lately. Same here. Fist bump. Guys, are you guys morning or night people? I feel like I'm a big night person, and I know the reason. The reason is because, like, at night, I finally feel it zen. Everyone else is asleep. I have peace. Everything's at zen. Everything's, like, quiet, and I can just, chill. We got 2 sacks from 1 chunk of cram pie. Nice. That's awesome. I feel like nighttime is like a form of zen. Like everything's quiet. Everyone's asleep. I could just chill and relax and vibe and have a nice time. Both. The morning is really nice though. I have to admit, when I am up in the morning, like early on, it feels so nice. Night, I hate burp. You hate birds? 1% is ridiculous. Honestly, I think it's pretty justified. Especially because you have other methods like Klaus. Talking about Klaus, let's go at it. Fiery reminded me to get the horns last time, which was nice. Oh wait, Fiery, are you still here? Cup is old. Yes, I'm sorry if I missed your message completely. How did your day go? Did you get some proper rest after like working last time? Like, because I know you left and then had to like go to work, right? Okay, I'm gonna fight. I can never find anything. We need to put signs on here. It's okay, I'm going to literally work on 12 Elastispace chests that contain everything in our storage forever. That's my problem. If I enjoy restaurants, I'll order from them every single day till it tastes bad. I'm the same way, and especially with music. If I like a song, I listen to it till I hate it. I'll listen to the song till I despise it. It's every time. I can never, like, get enough from it. I'll listen to one damn song or anything like that till I, like, literally despise it. Deer Clops might randomly still appear, by the way. And we do want to kill her crystallized form. You can't fight, you're old? Damn. He's too old. What do you get from Five Guys? Yeah, the Dreadstone outcrop is what I'm talking about. You can get that, but that's not really efficient. The, you want to know what I think is a big problem with the Dreadstone outcrop? You have to mine it before you kill the guys. Like, if you kill the shadows that pop up before, you can't, like, mine it after. Because it disappears immediately, which I find a little annoying. So you have to mine it first, and only then can you, fight the guys. Otherwise, like, it disappears. Which I think is a little, like, odd. I don't know. I think that's not great. Hi, Arsan. How are you doing? Long time no see. What's popping? How are you doing today? Thank you for the lurk. The swordfish lurk. The swordfish lurk. I do. There is the centipede now, the nightmare centipede that you can technically murder, which gives you I don't know how much dreadstone it gives you again, but that is an option now as well. But it's friendly and cute. Yeah, the Mega Blight. Okay, that is the Mega Blight. It's friendly and cute. We just gotta get the fumarole trees up. Yeah. Many green. That is, like, that's the important part. Apparently, AG Arena has a way bigger chance of greens, though. Like, I think it was, like, 9 times or something the chance. Not during Rifts? Really? During Rifts it's different? That's what, like, I remember Menyuk looked this up yesterday. Like, I need to actually see this. No, like, I'm probably wrong. I'm using secondhand information. Boulder bow tree. Hopefully you're doing well. Arsan. It's super nice to see you. 1, 2, 3 per segment. So... Okay, let's see. Military Sacred... Wait, what? Military? Oh, yeah. Sacred Labyrinth Atrium. Okay, so anywhere there has a pretty big chance. Okay, our Ancient Guardian Arena has a 1.27% chance for either green, orange, or yellow. Fumarole Base has a 0.08%, but during a Shadow Rift has a 6.4%. Oh! Oh! The song is Emre to you because it's Turkish. I just imagine you go to Turkey, go to like a kebab store or something like that. It's like, dude, Emre! Emre! That's awesome. Boulder Bro, I'm there. Listen, do you not want the poop? Oh crap, I forgot to bring banana shakes. I was gonna bring banana shakes. It's okay. It gives you monkey trinkets. Oh, that too. I thought it just gives you poop. I seek refuge from boosted DSD gameplay. I hope I'm in a safe space. Yeah. Always in a safe space. So, when are you joining us, Angry? You promised us 5 trillion years ago. 9% chance for a trinket? Take the puffed potato. They're lonely. It's okay. I'm already fighting. What? Yesterday morning, but I looked at my screen and it was summer and it was like, nah, I'm not built like that. It's okay, we're almost in spring. Hi, Random. How are you doing today? I thought that was a sack drop, but it was just eggnog. You must turn around. They're playing crutch characters like Wartox and Wendy this server. We need someone to live on Monkey Island, so we can make an auto collection system with wind bots for all the bananas. You don't understand. We have 230 banana bushes. I need 5,000 for decoration on the server. Oh, whoopsie, that was dumb. I don't know why I'm just like letting myself get hit. How do you not freeze during this fight? So he swaps between fire and cold the whole time, and I also have a star caller that I can seek refuge on. I just usually take the frost damage till he does his fire deer attack, which instantly warms me up again. You don't want to hold a thermal stone, nor do you want to wear anything that insulates your heat in this fight, though. That's very important. You don't want to wear a Tamo Shanter, nor do you want to wear like have a thermal stone on you, because he consistently takes care of the thermals for you. And you always do this with a thermal stone. I never do. Well, thermal stone is not too bad, honestly. The insulation is mostly important. Thermal stone is just annoying if you're overheating. I don't know what's the problem. It makes it so if you get hit by the fire even at like a second too long, it makes you take like 10 seconds of like fire or overheating damage, which is kind of annoying. And what I do, every time he does the fire deer, I hit him. Oh, do I have kits on me? Oh, it's fine. I always put roads down so that the jump attack doesn't hit me. But another thing I do is every time he does the ice deer, you want to immediately move. And if he does the fire deer, you can keep on hitting him for a second. Here, I'll demonstrate. He does the fire now. You have like 3 hits for free there. And for the ice, it starts immediately, so I immediately swip swap. And he always swip swaps them. Not again. Oh, wait, I have a Shadow Reaper. I'm fine. Hi, Harry. Good to see you. How are you doing today? So, you want to get out of this immediately. If you have a road... and a walking cane or any other speed boost, you can completely mitigate the freezing deer effect. Same with the... same with his jump. See? I didn't even get touched by the ice at all. No, like, millisecond of freezing even. Sack for Nosewell? Maybe. I'm not bad. How about you? I'm doing good. Had some annoying things earlier, but hopefully everything is gonna just calm itself down. Oh, he's 3 HP left. Fist bump. You're doing knapsack damage with a bright shade helm if you have one. Yeah, like it's okay. I just have these for repair. I need to, technically, I really should use the shadow set, but I prefer bright shade so much. Reaper and bright shade helm after you break your sword. You're doing it on purpose at this point, aren't you? I didn't have a repair kit on me. We're poor. We are poor, but we're happy. Are we happy? Chad, sack or no sack? What do you think, Chad? Sack or no sack? Sacrilege? Alright, I want to turn Winter's Feast off too. Always sack. Sack? Nah, there's no way. Definitely a sack. Sack. A blueprint. We got Shroom Skin, Desert Stone, Feather, Blueprint. Hey, H, welcome in. Hey, baby. John, thank you. John! John, hi! You're famous on this channel. We love the John name. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing today? Sackless? Sack? Sack. I don't know what kind, though. Sackless. Damn. Damn. These are sad times. Oh, wait. Are you guys all in a safe position? The server will reload for a brief second. I'm just going to turn Meteorite Storms off because I forgot to change the config. Wait, no, Yudi. Hi. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate it. He's sackless and washed. Cliff, can you do me some support for a second, if you don't mind? Could you, in the config, turn off Meteor's frequency to none and turn off Winter's Feast so it permanently is changed? And then quickly reload the server. Oh, wait, I'm just gonna... Wait. Give me one sec. I'm sorry. Ah! Almost picked everything. He's sackless and washed. No. Can we get a shout out for both Angry and Random as well, by the way? What blueprint is it, though? What blueprint? Because he paused the game. Who wants to learn scaled furnaces? Also, the Kerfis is going to be the centerpiece of our base, by the way. Thank you so much, Tabe. Hi, Jade. What's good? Thank you for the support. Hi, Zip. How are you doing? How are you feeling today? Nice to see you, dudes. Books yummy. I'm trying to make Chester in Blender and it's so hard. That sounds awesome. Can we have a work in progress shot? Gonna grab moths. Mouths. I will put it in the Discord. Yes. Oh, loon trees. Nice. Is that something you you could do for me, Cliff? Otherwise, it's no problem. I can do it too. All right, it's changed. Okay, so I can just quickly... can you like... can you click like the restart button or something real quick then? Or reloads? Or reload the server? When you're on Nodecraft. Milk. Oh, sorry, did I clog your inventory? Did you have to drop the bottles because I gave you milk? I'm so sorry if I, I'm so sorry if I literally Not again! You have been disconnected from the server. What the F was that? I was like, huh, that made me spill my milk. No, hello Peep. How are you doing today? We love the cool Squirtle. So do I focus only on rocks or gathering something else from boulder trees? Boulder bow trees in the fumarole give us hella gems. That's what we want to do. Dude, this is the second time Cliff has done it this way. Cliff is a mastermind when it comes to things like this, dude. I don't even know how he knows how to do all this. We still have a clip of the first time he did that. New feature after playing Maxwell for too long. You're getting put back to listen to Ragtime. Oh, dude, let's listen to Ragtime. Ragtime! Ragtime! I'm sorry for depriving you of some Michael Jackson tape, but... How are you? I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. We had some weird initial complications today, but everything's doing good. Yo, Harry, are you still here? Oh my god, legless and hornless Chester Fuzzball. That looks awesome, Nebula. Haha. It's just a fur ball. Is the server coming back up? Oh, what a timing. Bum, ba, bum, ba, bum. Okay, it's okay. Ragtime is good. We're doing a little ragtime, yeah. Doing ragtime, yeah. We're doing some ragtime, yeah. Doing some ragtime, yeah. We're doing some ragtime. Some raggedy ragtime. Ragtime, mana. Ba, mana, 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 mana. Ragtime, mana, mana. Okay, we're back. Why is the max player count not divisible by 6? It's wrong. I thought I initially had it set to 20, but it's set to 15 now. I mean, it's fine. We haven't ever been past 15 yet, but we were close once. I think I'm gonna pause Bright Shade gear for myself for a while because We are so under... Like, we have, like, nothing. Why are we so poor? I don't know. I'm gonna keep the bright shade helmet on me, though. Thank you for the lurk, Oleg. So what have you guys been up to today? What's your plan tonight? What are we looking at? It's Monday again, which means that I'm sure everyone has either the most tired of days or a very, very nice day. How is it for you guys? Wait. Bright shade... DSD Bright Shade Safe Farm. I'm pretty sure it was... Let me see the diameter range again. Do you have a moon collar to decon for full moon books? I left one moon collar at the base. Lunar stuff. Yo, dragon. How are you doing? Nice to see you. We love dragons here. How's your day been? Nice to meet you. Making Chester... Winter's Feast turn itself back on for whatever reason, but showers are off. You'll have to turn it off yourself with a World Gen mod picker. Oh, okay. I guess that's weird, though. Wouldn't it just be turned on again because of the config files? It's fine, but thank you so much for the meteor storms. That one's more important right now. Maybe just one. I do have, like, there should be a moon collar at home, though, if you want to pop it. But we also have moonstorms on right now, so there's no need for full moon books, necessarily. But for future, it's going to be very good. You did decom one? Good, good, good. We have so many things to make more Star Caller staffs, and I brought home some too. Unplug the archives, and we can also go and make a bunch more moon callers right now. How are you? Hi, Darrow. I'm doing good. How are you? I'm trying to double check how big the range was needed, or how big of a range they covered to dogs. I was trying to double check how big of a range the bright shades covered. Bro's half health. We apparently need to heal this guy, by the way. He does not... Like, if he dies, he pops into bits, and not the parts to recraft him. You have to use any kind of healing items, like healing salves or whatever. Oh my lords. Okay. Golem, do something! Golem! Please! Why is he just standing there? I'm fine, just finished my project for work. Now it's time to rest with DSD. That sounds awesome. Sounds like a very wonderful plan. Would you happen to need a central time zone mod? Hey, Shpyke, you would happen to need a central time zone mod, would you? Like Twitch mod? Yes. More mods never really hurt. Cliff is asking too. I can definitely talk to you guys about it if you want later down the line today, after stream. Where's my hole? When I say it means look up at the oh! Seems like the meteor shower also reset itself? What? It doesn't like manual editing of the file, but that's what you have to do because this mod doesn't save it. How are we ever going to change our world settings then? Oh, crap. I need to reload the world for 1 second then so our pig farm doesn't get shreked. Wait, 1 second. You have an outstanding resume? You literally used to mod for me. I have an outstanding resume. Yes. I'm so happy to have you guys here for another stream today, though. It's been such a blast hanging out with all of you guys, by the way. So much fun hanging out with you all and chilling and playing DSD again. I'm sorry for reloading the world. I promise it won't happen again today. We blame Menyeg? What? Oh no, I'm actually gonna have to do manual tree chopping labor. Yes, those are dreadstone pillars. And we're also gonna have to find the new lunar statue, bros. Did it save? It does save this, but the moment we restart the server, the settings reset. My Icar preserves. I think I blame Lovely. Oh my lord, why are people getting blamed? I'm gonna be lurking while I play Euro Truck Sim. Thank you so much for the lurk. Probably. Maybe. We can also reset the ruins again, low-key. But you guys want to get Winterfish first, so... I can teleport over to AG to check for you. Why would you blame Lovely, Random? What have you been up to today, Random? You have work today, right? Heading for Fipsh. Let me know if you guys need anything or any help or support. Are you gonna join us today, Random? Yeah, I'm working. No. How's all the volume, by the way? Music, myself, and the game in comparison. I can also build you a pillar at the fumarole if we don't have a spare blueprint. After the 30 sharks spawn, I can definitely help with that. I can also deliver sanity food if needed. If you guys end up needing more banana shakes or something. Let me see. Okay, let me go to teleport to the AG arena. Let's have a little look. Man, the day's been so wild and all over the place. I slept all day yesterday, which ruined my streak apparently, but it's okay. I spent all night doodling and drawing, which is good. Damn, your streak, though. Wait, weren't you? I thought you were. Oh no, I guess we did the Gleams 2 days ago. For 12 hours. Challenger Deep. Challenger Deep. The song is pretty nice. Wow, wow, wow. Good day. Hi, Rublog. It's going well. How are you doing? Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you're having a nice day so far today. How's everything been treating you? Okay, there is no spare blueprint here, but I can build a pillar. Oh my god, the backup chassis with the shadow hat is so weird. Fun fact, they're from Atlanta? Hell yeah. That sounds pretty awesome. Atlanta. I don't know if this is like... Have you ever thought about like... I've never thought about... Like, do you think I've ever listened to another band from Atlanta before aside from this one? Probably. But would I have known? How would I have known? Never. Ever, ever. Never, ever. What am I even rambling on about? What is this dude tripping about? Atlanta is pretty big, to be damn fair. Sure, but I don't have the moose big skill. I changed another file, so it should change anymore after restart. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That should definitely help us a lot. A lot of people from Athens, too. Athens is in Atlanta. Oh, Rem. Oh, yeah, then I've listened to tons of near Atlanta. I've listened to tons from Athens. I've listened to Rem so much. Okay, what was I doing? I already forgot. I was gonna count tiles. I've been meaning to count tiles for a second. Let me see. No, don't explode me. How big is that range? How to make... Yeah.
So let's say...
Lacknish. Lacknish monster. Okay.
It looks ugly. You just want to farm your crops in peace. Currently existing bright shade.
They're great at shuffleboard? What is shuffleboard?
You place down a sacrificial plant. In this case, I've chosen a berry bush. I planted it.
How many tiles is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8?
I let this bright shade first infect.
Lightning is back to DSD. No, this is a 3-year ago video.
Berry bush. And official plant. It's gonna come out. It wants to kill me.
7.5 tiles? Okay. So the 8 is extra, basically. Wait,
hostile target range of 3 tiles. So 1, 2, 3. If I inch a little forward.
Yeah.
Of this tile range.
1, 2.
This I can just keep tiles.
You have 1.
But you also got a lot of room to work with to plant your crops. You're bear affected. Do this for yourself. You got another 3 tiles to work with. This way.
Okay, I kind of see it. Okay. Oh, thank God the storm has not moved. Actually, I lied. Okay. Chest. 2.5 and 7.5, or like, yeah, it's 3.5 tiles for aggro range. So I can kind of work preemptively with it already. Okay, let's get to work on a couple things. First of all, I'm going to spawn in a deer clops using flares because we haven't had one yet, and we do need to kill that one. Via, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? I forgot a fishing bin. I can make one. A fishing tin. And bring it to you guys. You want... I'm gonna make 2 for you guys. I can make more if needed. How's your day been, Via? It is nice to meet you. Nice to meet new people all the time. Hopefully you're doing fantastic. Sorry if I seem a little distracted right now, chat. I'm working on some things, or I have to like also do some things on the side. But don't worry, everything's going well. And we're big at progress. You're very welcome, Evil. He's killing ice breams. I got you. Oh, Eats just drowned. I already made 2 fishing bins, AH. Don't worry about that. That is not an idle game achievement. Didn't bring patches either. Are you guys... Do you have holds? I can bring some patches over in a second. That's no problem. It's a good reason to get rid of some bee stingers. Oh, yeah, for the narwhals. I mean, they're a guaranteed hole. I was more like trying to see how, in a rush. Let's see. Bee stingers. We're gonna do more giveaways today, chat. I hope you're very excited. I know you guys love the giveaways, and I love doing the giveaways because I get to play Marble. So I hope you're excited and are staying tuned for those as well, because there's going to be a bunch of those again today, which is going to be incredible. Please. Stop giving me idle game achievements that leak me. I'm not idle gaming. It's fake news. Steam is lying to you. I had to close this in the back. Hey, Acorn. Acorn? How are you doing? What's good? Thank you for the hat. The hat? The hug. I need to go for a bathroom break. My brain's getting the Lulu. Okay, I'm working on some boat patches for you guys. Just to have. Oh. Oh, immediate stealing from the little guys. Well, AH has the boat patches. His little guys gave it to him. If you guys need anything else, just yell for me. I should be able to support you guys. I'm gonna go quickly move the moonstorms, because I really don't want them in my base, and then I'm gonna plant the plants for the farm, and then we're going to go and elastispace all the chests. I'm going to start with a sorting system and Kerfus movement, and we're going to be set. No Kerfus looking into the issue. That's good. Quick, I need my reticulating buffer. I don't have your reticulating buffer. Actually, now I do. That was a lie. I found it immediately. At last, let's get this finished. I can't wait for this guy to be gone, so we can just give him any tool and it just works. It's gonna be a dream. Once we kill Scion. It's gonna make CC farming a lot faster. You need the reticulating buffer again. Well, why did you drop it then? Why'd you drop it? This sounds like music I'd hear in a gacha game. What? This is from Katamari Damacy. It is fantastic. Katamari Damacy is like a pinnacle of music. Can't wait for this old guy to get... Oh my god, that is a... one hell of a way of putting that. Thank you, Random. Thank you for articulating a different way of what's going to happen to this guy. I'm certain I put the calibrated perceiver down here somewhere. You can have your calibrated perceiver, and next you're going to ask for the reticulating buffer. Actually, you're going to ask for this guy. Forgot what it's called right now. I'll know immediately when I see it, but... Oh, I know it. I knew it. Reticulating buffer. He keeps letting go of it, and he's not done using it. So bad. Gamba. No, Katamari Damacy is awesome. It's a really nice game. And it has really good music. It hires a ton of different music artists to make music for their game, and it's always super peak. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm gonna let you guys do or queue up for a giveaway while I quickly go for a bathroom break, because I have to go for a bathroom break so bad. I need to go for I need to go to the bathroom. I have to go pee. Let's see. Is Marbles launching? No, it's Phantom launching. Every time I start up Marbles for the first day, it never launches properly. For the first time, every time I start it, it fails to launch properly. Bam. Let's start with Buckshot. It's kind of a ritual at this point that I start with Buckshot. Don't type it yet. Give me a second. No, not this. We're out of those. We have those and clay points, spools, backpack skins and stuff. Okay. And you can start typing it in 1 second. Not yet. Now. And now you can start typing it. If you type it now, you'll be entered in. Okay, I'll be right back. Thank you for the 3 watch streak, Ari. I really appreciate that. How are you today? I'm going to BRB for a second. Bep. Bep. There we go. I had to help out with something real quick. Okay, I'm back. Are you guys ready to roll? Are you guys ready to rumble? I'm sorry for the long BRB. Well, I gave you a lot of time to queue up for the giveaway, to be fair. So it's not all bad. Welcome back. Thank you so much. What did you end up cooking, lovely? Are you ready to marble? Soup. Bot broken? Yeah, bot broken. Don't worry about it. Hi, Noda. Hi, Nana. Nice to see you both. Hi, boths. Hi, Ichi. Hi, Bebe. Hello, everybody. Hi, Johans. Thank you for the 5 watch streak. It's so nice to see you all. Hello, every first-time messenger as well. I know it didn't play your message. I don't know why it broke. It's okay. I don't know why it broke. It's just gonna work tomorrow. What is poppin', guys? It is so wonderful to see you guys have 1.5 minutes left to join. Please do if you haven't. This is a opportunity to win free stuff for everybody. My sound. It's okay. It's okay. It's gonna play the next day, and 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 the next day. Why a number behind? What's that gonna do? All right. 40 seconds left to rumble. Are you guys ready to join? Oh, no. Oh, can you actually assign yourself like a number or something? It does say like play bracket hashtag. What is that for? Exclamation play in brackets number? Or like one of the emotes. I want to have my own emote in here. What does that do? I don't see anything indicating a number here. All right, we're rolling. You got to tag someone in there, lovely. Please let me win. I win. Let's roll, baby. Roll, roll, roll. No, it's for my marble. Oh, you're exploding your marble. You're disintegrating it. That's so sad. You can set stream exclusive skins to hashtag. Oh, how interesting. I need to reach in about becoming like one of their like partner program or something with how much marble we've been playing, so we can have our own custom like emote and stuff to start marbling. What would be the best marble emote for us, chat? Of our current emotes to start marbling. Oh, I need to remove the text. The old rolling cat emotes. Egg. Shpyke. I was... Fiery! Congratulations! You're the winner! GG! I wouldn't even be up right now, to be honest. My mom woke you up for food at 7 p.m.? You wouldn't be up yet? Nah. You saw yourself a moment on a first place. It was for a brief moment, yeah. From not this. from these things and these things on screen. You can also pick from 5,000 clay points or 5,000 spools instead, or from any of the backpack skins except the Glommer one. All of those are options you could pick from for prizes. You fell asleep again at 12? Oh my lord. Nah. You think you'll pass? Okay. I did check who the second winner was. Are you sure? Are you certain? Yes, okay. Then the second place was Pickles. Shpyke. You won too much? That's completely fair. Pickles! You were the second place. The prize is going to go to you. What do you want? Stupid neighbor decided to be noisy on the wall again? Nah. What happened to you fixing your sleep schedule like 2 weeks ago? Can I give it to AH? I mean, sure, if you want to. Welcome back. Thank you so much. What schedule? Nana watched me electrocute myself and die in The Sims last night. Oh my god, even you joined voice chat last night when you got home? Oh my lord, I heard my name. Pickles wants to give the prize to you. Did you guys finish Fishim? Fipshin? It was 10 p.m. my time I got back. Oh my god. Oh my god. YB. Look at your maps. Boped. Holy. $27. Nice. That's hot. Man, I love fish. Okay, let's see. This is supposed to be the farmers. We set like 8 tiles. 8 is going to be the rim tile. To each like direction. So let's say we start with a path over here. How big is this path going to be? That's a good question. 4, 5, 6 tiles maybe. Clops? Oh crap, yeah, clops. I was in the middle of doing that, wasn't I? It's dead? Wait, lunar clops is? Like the transformed? Yes, okay, well then no prob. Nice, awesome. All because I turned into a werewolf and destroyed everything? My god. What in the hell even? Okay, I need to clean this area out bad. I might need you AH with Maxwell power because there's so many trees and stuff here. I'm here? Awesome. Well, AH, what win do you want? Yeah, AH, you still have to pick a win as well. 5. Let's do 5, and then let's do, thing here. Oh, Fiery's cleaning up too. I'm so happy. And this is going to be 2 wide. Are you going to electrocute yourself IRL? I really hope not. Otherwise, I'm going to have to call some kind of help hotline preemptively. I will be joining back, just running to the store for a bit. You're fine. Don't worry about it. You have a stride and trident. Nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the berry bush would have to be here. Which means we need Flutter or someone to help us move this grave at some point. And now we have to wait for this one to become infected. This one will have to be Bright Shade infected. And that is very important that it is. What are your options? Your options are 5,000 clay points, 5,000 spools, any of these packs on screen, or any of the backpack skins. You gotta plant more than one? No, one works. Very unlikely it goes there with one. I guess it is unlikelier. I've always done it with one, and it usually works pretty well. Or a kiss from me. Technically, doing more than one would... You'll take the character skins? Okay. Probably increase the chances. Let me hook you up real quick. I have to look for it real quick. It's right here. Oh, that scared me. Right here. You want the link over Discord or Twitch Whispers? Shkiss. Who wants the kiss? Discords? Okay, I send it to you. You can redeem it anytime. Kiss D's. No! Thank you, sir. You're very welcome. I need this whole area clean if possible, Age. This berry bush needs to stay where it is, but the entire surrounding, like next to this berry bush, does need to go. And we do eventually need a Wendy here for moving graves. Cute fish kiss. Isn't the fish so cute? It's nice to see you, Vaklit. Hi, how are you? Happy to see you. Oh wait, how long is this? This is 6 tiles. And this is 5, right? Yeah, this is 5. Let's turn this into 5 as well then. Why did my mom have to wake me up? Because awake. It's to spend time here at the stream, Nana. That's the reason. So you can spend time with us. Isn't that right, chat? Oh my god. We all want to spend time with Nana. That's why. It's so warm. Oh, is it already warm over there? Over here, it's still chill. Over here, it's still very cool. Like, really cool. What the F? It's still chill? It's been, like, very, very, very cold. Well, not cold, but for, like, this time of year, definitely cold. Holy tree guards. Like, it's, I think, like, 15 Celsius right now. Which, all things considered, for this time of year is not hot. Not one bit. Oh, oh, right, the tree guards. It's going to be 35 degrees for like 3 days from Friday. Yeah, it's going to be... On the weekend, it's going to be 35 degrees Celsius. That part I am not looking forward to. But it is going to happen. What about you guys, where you are right now? Is it going to be... Is it hot already, or is it going to be hot soon? Over here, it's bad. It's bad. It's bad. Well, right now it's not bad, but it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad. Especially because, once again, I'm in Germany and air conditioning is not common, and I definitely don't have air conditioning. So we're just balling. It's 24 Celsius again today. That's pretty good. You have to go to work later, which isn't bad by itself. The issue is I just can't go to work and do a job. I have to go and find out what they want me to do, and they can constantly ask questions about it and wait for answers before I can do anything. That's so weird. What? Having not, like, any clear objective or communications in a workplace is a nightmare. Bet real quick. It's been 35 average all weekend. And hit 37 yesterday. That's crazy. What? Oh. I think we had, I forgot who it was, but we had someone with like 40 Celsius yesterday and AH had 50. What's the Werepiggy status? I'm pretty sure it's, we still have to kill Scrappy again. I can check real quick. Yeah, Scrap Lord is up. We can kill him real quick if we want to. Should be pretty fast to like set him up and get into killing Scrappy or Werepig instead. It's not a business type job. I work for a neighbor helping with things they need done in general. Oh. Would like Dreadstone? Yeah, I feel that. You had 40 yesterday? Yeah, 41. Oh, it was you. Ugh. Lazy, I got you. I feel so bad. I could not function. Is it at least dry heat and not like humid heat? I'm already dying at 35. I would be dead at 40. Try AH is 50. Yeah, it is dry. That makes it at least a lot nicer. Welcome back, AH. I can't. Like, when I was in Turkey, it was 40 for a while. And it was pretty damn hot. I can't believe I'm using shadow gear now. Ow! Ouch. Hate that thing. No, stop doing it. Yeah, I was gonna say break. This guy's not zappable. Not zappable? Oh, what am I doing? The laser beam is the one that I usually try to zap out. Yeah, yeah, only the laser. That makes sense. No, I didn't bring any repair kits. I can only fight with zappies. Lovely, don't dot me. Oh my lords. There you go, bye. Don't you dot me. That was not on purpose. It's not on purpose. Grandpa Shpyke be like. No, not the minion dots. That's even worse. That's worse. I don't deserve minion dots. Messy boss. He leaves behind so much junk. Well, then again, we did destroy his property. So we're partially at fault here. But don't tell him that. Don't tell him that I admit any kind of guilt. Oh, I have to fix Kerfu's. Kerfoos. I'm going to fix you. I can fix him. Let's see. Give me a little repair kit here. And you're back. Back to work. Time for another 9 to 5. Yippee! Let's make some repair kits. For realsies this time. You have a Ryzen Expandinator. Nice. I can see for miles. Okay, I actually have usable gear now and repair kit. So this is a double whammy. You are 84% word. Now that's a pretty good one. Hiccup. I know I wanted to do something. And I just remembered it. So it's fine. I wanted to make all the elastispacers for the chest zone already. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we have to shatter our first crown. And time to make Bob your uncle. Oh, the generator is actually empty over here. Looks like we want to probably put a shard in there as well. And poof. 1 and 2. Wait, that's only 8. I need 12. 9, 10, 11. So we need to pop another crown already. We have 12 chests set up there right now. And poof. Okay, well, I got what I need now. Or scrap and pure brilliance. Pure brilliance we're loaded on. Scrap we literally just brought home. And we have plenty. Well, we should have plenty. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Was there not more scrap? Did we not bring more scrap than this home? Are we actually out of scrap? I thought we definitely had more. Overwatch 3 Season 3 trailer drop. Nice. Oh, isn't that like tomorrow? Put me a rainbow in MC chest? Yeah, I got you. You have 20. I thought we had more though, I swear. Damn. Maybe, I have no clue. But it dropped 20 minutes ago. Maybe it's already out. I know it was like the last few days at the moment. Oh, thank you. Yeah, there you go. It's okay. We're doing this to escape this lesser storage. Oh, beautiful. Any bright shade yet on this guy? Absolutely not. I'm not really surprised. How's the trailer? I know it's a lot about Xion. Probably. I don't think I've ever watched one of the season trailers. I can't believe I'm playing Overwatch again after ridiculing it. I haven't watched it yet. How dare you? Impossible. Oh. Nice. Construction of the Megabase already? Yeah, we were working on it yesterday. Hey, Gorby, how are you doing today? What's poppin'? We've been going hard to bright shade time. It's the world's bright shadiest time of the year. I need a telelocator. You might try DSD today again? Nice, yeah. It's all about persistence. Persistence is key. That's all it is. Persistence is key. The longer you play, the more you play, the more you learn, the more knowledge you have. The more knowledge you have, the longer you last, the more you learn. And eventually you find yourself just being in a perpetual cycle of winning. And we can include the new portation orbs on this thing so we can constantly staff telelocate us home. Oh, and yeah, I started gooping one of them. So if I add the new portation orbs in there, we can technically just constantly teleport home with a staff. Hi, Noda. Welcome on the server. I think that's the middle. Why is my... There you go. That's what it's supposed to be. Gooped. Yeah, gooped is a great word. It is the correct verb. The correct verbius. Venom. How are these two still babies? I guess I'm gonna skip your stage to the full one. Kindness, kindness, Luigi, kindness, kindness, Luigi. It's been a while since we listened to Kindness, Luigi. Like 5 trillion years. I know Nana hates it. But that's okay. We love the kindness. Mr. Kindness Man. Please show us the way. Let me make some mini signs. Yo, Spark, what's good? How are you doing today? Nice to see you. What's popping? Okay. Oh, okay, no, perfect. That's in the right position. It's definitely easier to survive with more people in the game, though, in DSD. Like I said, the ways that I learned this game was, first of all, I did a ton of trial and error. You got my jobs finally. Bye. No, Angry. You need to join us. I did a lot of trial and error when I first started for hundreds of hours. And eventually I played with a streamer and a good friend of mine who's no longer streaming, sadly, which is a shame, but he was called It's the Cheapest. And I learned a lot by playing a lot with him and all the other people on the world. And just kind of like grasping some stuff from the game. And it was really nice to have like other people there because it made you like less afraid. Like it doesn't matter if you died. The world was still safe because other people could just bring you back. Easy peasy, no problem. No issue. And just after like many hours of playing things and trying things, it just kind of worked itself out. Even though it can also be hard to find one's purpose on a server sometimes. Should I try to join the server? I mean, that's up to you. Do the no portation orbs with the telelocator? Apparently they do, which is crazy. So you can just zap yourself to like be brought home the whole time. That's so good. It is really good. Let me make... I have to go through the labyrinth, I think, to get there. Oh, wait. The pillars are up. If we do this, I probably need support. I need those anyways. The pillar guys, we did reset the sanctum. I don't know what there would be for me to do, is the thing. I get lost in late game. Yeah, that can be like a problem, of course. It really is up to the person of if you would like feel like you want to do this or not, play in late game or whatnot. It is like the optional user end experience. Like I learned a lot of stuff that I did through just playing in like already very pre-established worlds with that person, rather than just the beginning. But there isn't as much to do for a lot of people as there is in like a newly started world, for example. Okay. Half the time I'm just wandering aimlessly, but it never feels like that. Yeah, like literally. My head, the voices. Even I just sometimes just like sit there, ramble on, or wander around doing nothing. Just trying to think of what I'm doing. And it feels like I'm doing stuff, but at the same time I'm not, but it's working? It's weird. I'm gonna work on relocating everything. Like our resources and stuff. I'm gonna start with just making a sorting system, but not like finalizing the move yet, if that makes sense. Just have like stuff like sorted in already. So when we get over here, like the Kerfus can just take care of everything. Okay. Oh, why did my mom have to wake me? Wish you were my mom. We're gonna have one for like all the basic materials. So there's going to be papyrus and rope in here as well. So it goes like wood, logs, boards, rocks, cut stone, flint, golds, twigs. Twigs have no like craft down, so I'm just gonna put moon rocks over here. And then cut grass, rope, papyrus, cut reeds, papyrus. Technically, we can also just store. Technically, we can also store papyrus just in a bookshelf. But I think this is a nicer solution, especially for how much we have. I'm gonna need clay to make a rose drying rack now. We need rose everything. To be fair, what have you been up to, Apollo? Like a rose skin for everything, especially an enlightened crown rose skin, please. Please give me a rose crown. Rose worlds. One day. I'm back. Welcome back, buddy. Okay, wait, I'm pretty sure we had a few feather pencils at home. Oh my lord. I guess not. Huh? Oh, what did you do? You booted in here? Oh my god. Oh my goodness. That tree was almost done too. It got absolutely destroyed. That's crazy. I'm just about to hop into my 2.4K Megabase and either work on my new Megabase I was doing around Scrappy, Antlion, and Oasis, and G-Fly, or work on new bosses. Exciting. In my first Megabase, I eventually made a second one too, which was in the Oasis, which was really awesome. You're gonna need a bit of a rescue? Oh lord, what do you need? There should be 9 pencils. That's what I was thinking. There should be pencils. How many tiers was it? It was about to, like... I think it was about to sprout into a big one. Welcome back, Maniac. It was at least fertilized. And I think it was getting the last flower or was already going up. Pencils? Yes, IKEA pencils. Okay, there's feathers at least. Hello, Emphy. Hello. I didn't check. It's okay. We already have a cave mega base and a mega base around spawn. I just kind of want to do around other parts of the map too. It's great because you can just pop in and out of different bases and get like things sorted out that you need. Having a piggyback really kills me. You might be dead in the caves. Yeah, twiggy trees are getting constantly respawned. It's so bad. I hope drinking helps. Drinking a good amount of water and stuff definitely helps. Oh, Shpyke. Did they show the Alari skin? Oh, yeah, okay. I think you can disable that in the settings. We should. Yeah, we probably should. Oh my lord. Oh. Oh my god. Holy crap. Okay, I'm going to get you real quick. I'm gonna, like, have to restore my souls. 1 second, I'm being needed. Okay, I'm sorry. I had to help with a situation real quick downstairs. People needed some emotional, some emotional support. I'm back. So sorry for the quick leaving. Hi, Linz. I'm very sorry. My brother was struggling with mental stuff, so I had to help with like a voice of reason and like calm, because I know my mother can be very insistent and annoying. Okay, are you still needing of help, Menyik? Oh, Menyik's gone. Oh, we got it? Nice. Yep, that's perfect. We can kill the other ones. This one stays alive. Do not kill this one. This one has to stay alive. We can kill the ones at home finally. You've never had it work with one? This is how I usually always do it. I'll take a little food break. Nice. No, just getting fueled. How are you? I'm doing good, thank you. Today has been a all over the place day, but I want to say it's mostly good. It's very nice to be here with you guys. It's been all over the place, and it doesn't seem like I'm the only one struggling. But we're doing what we can. We had some weirdness earlier, but it's fine now. Okay. As long as this bright shade stays alive, we'll be fine. Fiery? Pfft. Bro's getting hit. As long as this guy stays alive, we're fine. Whatever the case is, this one has to stay alive. The other ones can die, but this one has to live. I'm saying this for everybody on the server. The bright shade at this base, I can't dig that. No, that's fine. The berry bush is supposed to stay there. It's fine. It's decoration. It's decor. Let me go help Menyik real quick. You said you had a life-giving on you? There's 4 lanterns. 4 real lanterns. No. Okay. I had only 1. Well, then I'm gonna bring something to resurrect you two. Let me quickly bring souls though, because otherwise I'm also not gonna be too much help. Was a short stay, but I'm gonna leave for now. Wish you a nice and comfy stream. Thank you so much for visiting us, Fantasie. It was really nice to have your company today. Short but proud. Short and good. No problem with being short. We have many, many other days for longer company. Take good care of yourself, and we'll see you soon. I have to have a look at the Alari Mythic tape, because that's very important that it looks good. I'm hoping they did a good job. Glom only has 1 skin? I think so. You have mixed feelings about it. Majma time. Let me support Menyik for a second, and then I'm gonna have a look. Are we out of glands? How are we out of spider glands? Oh, damn, okay. Well, I guess life-giving it is. Even with... Well, I guess we never picked those up. Oh, yeah, he has 2 skins. The bird fairy and the other one. You want to send a screenshot? I'll check the trailer in a sec. I'll pull it up in a second on stream. Did someone heal up the big guy? Maybe. Yeah, you're in a pickle, if I dare say so myself. You are not in a good position. I don't even know how you got yourself into that mess. Let's see what we can do here. Okay. That's the wrong hat. Oh god, right, there's a clone of you now. I forgot it possesses players. Why are you screaming? Why is Cub screaming? Okay. I think that's everything dangerous dealt with. I dropped you the life-giving. What are those things? Those are like when you kill Fuel Weaver and activate the Shadow Rifts. They're like little possessive guys that possess certain mobs and other things, which is really, really, really something. And they are really annoying. They're like a hive mind. And they're really cursed. I see you there. I see the fake umbrella. Wait, a fake umbrella? And it's triggered, so it immediately, like, unmimics itself. That's awesome. Okay, do you have, like, a light source or anything? Do you have an umbrella? Do you have any of that? Do you have the necessary means to survive? Wait, why are you... Were you heading into the Shadow Rift? 0% lantern? I can fuel it for you. Or I can get you fuel for it. Just wait here a second. You wanted to go to the fumarole? This isn't the way to the fumarole. Or did you come from here somehow? Fumarole is like down here. That branch. Yo, you have bridges. I don't think you can reach it with a bridge. Well, unless you go down here now, yeah. Blah. Okay, bridges need a pillar, yeah, otherwise you're gonna be screwed. Okay. Okay, you should be fine now, I think, I hope. Well, I'll find out, I guess. Scream if you need anything. Okay, let me check out, let's see the Alari Mythic real quick. That's loud. I'm gonna skim through the trailer. Actually, it's only 2 minutes. Oh, Hanzo's weapon. Wait. Oh. Oh, is that a dragon gun? There's, wait.
My path doesn't end here.
Of course, Kiriko is like... Yeah, there's the new map that they already showed. Of course, immediate new Kiriko skin. Genjin Hanzo too. Oh, here it is. Oh.
think this is done.
Ooh, Phoenix shot.
Was made for
God damn.
this.
I like that. The Hanzo weapon,
Bless your heart. We gon' make
new cosmetic, ultra skin.
I can feel it.
Okay. I like the Hanzo weapon is kind of cool, but I'm less of a cybernetic fan. I wish they did more like a full-on dragon design. Ultra, are you kidding me? They're adding a new tier of skins above legendary.
We gon' make a good team.
Oh no. Oh, that's awful. They're gonna ask nope, and I don't know how expensive they're gonna be. That's gonna be so bad. That's horrible. They're adding... The skins are already expensive. Battle Pass starter bundles. That Genji skin right there is the most horrendous thing I've ever seen in my life. The Winston skin is kind of cool. All the rest... Lucio's kind of nice. Zen is okay. Domina just put her hair up in a tie and that's it. That looks... I mean, the Mitsuki skin is not bad. That looks kind of horrible. I'm sorry. The Ana is, I don't know, kind of edgy. Actually, I hate the Emre too. Not the Emre, the Mitsuki. Oh, new cat skin. Let me guess. Another cat skin for the 1,000 coins bundle. That's pretty cute. I like this one.
Damage increase.
Yeah, that seems pretty cool. I don't like the cat skin. I think it's super cute. And the Lari one looks peak. Overwatch meh? True. I really like the look of the Lari and the Goo and the cat one. The fact that they're doing another tier of skins over legendary is crazy. Mind you, a legendary skin already costs you $20. So think about this. And they're probably not going to add a way to get those in loot boxes. Put that in perspective. A legendary skin costs $20. Ultra skin pack, $200? I mean, some legendary packs already cost $200, so we're gonna go look into thousands here. They want to rival League of Legends. That's crazy. That's crazy. Well, consider me not purchasing those. Ever. Ever in my life. Knowing them, you probably can't buy them with like in-game coins either. You have to actually pay real money straight up for them. Like each skin just costs you $30. You can't use your like gain coins. I can't really talk. I'm playing gacha games. Yeah, you have no right to talk, I'm afraid. Actually, not only do you not have a right to talk, you're worse off. I think I won't join today after all. Harvey. It's okay, Harvey. The Blueprints addiction got me. How is that game? I heard that's a really good puzzle game. Like, really, really good. I've always heard really good things about Blueprints. Maid dress Emre. I mean, I did find that one art on Twitter that I've sent you before. Blue's Clues sequel. Oh my lord, you're right. You hate it? With all fiber of your body, you do not hate that, and I know that's not true. You probably looked at it 5 times and have it saved on your computer. The funny thing is I'm actually better off with buying skins because they just don't make skins for male characters in relation to the million the female skin releases. Shpyke bunny suit stream. Nah. 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 That's crazy. That's crazy. Playboy bunny. Arctic's already, like, done drawings of the mascot in that way. Hello? Why did we switch scenes? What about an actual nice suit with bunny ears? Time to, like, I'm gonna pull up into the next stream with a suit and tie. Oh, that grave. I mean, technically the grave is fine there. It's just gonna be trapped with the bright shade. I like that idea. Supply and demand. What would you rather? Full suit or bunny suit? Ghost will kill that bright shade eventually. Yeah, that's true. Pip Spook's gonna live next to there. We do need to move that. You're sadly right. If it just given enough time, the ghost will do it. Never seen a bunny suit in my life. I definitely have never seen one IRL. Bep. I'm a visual learner. Hey, Shazi. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing today? I hope I'm not horribly mispronouncing that. Knowing my ability to mispronounce names though, yes. Why are we entering the lagoon? That's a good question. Lagoon. Gotta visit the GTA store. Wow! How are you doing, Shazy? I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. How are you doing today? I am not fine in this corner. I should be. Are you telling me if I plant a wall there, I'm not fine? Well, it's fine. I'm gonna do it here. It was in Fortnite a long time ago. That's crazy. I'm fine at you. I'm doing good. Things have been like all over the place today, but I think I want to say all in all it's been pretty good. I can complain, but I shall not. So if you like puzzles, I can totally recommend it. It's amazing. The cool thing is that it's also a skill component mixed in with the puzzle solving. You're solving puzzles which teaches you things about the mechanics, increasing your skill in which turns you help to discover more puzzles and so on. I'm prioritizing it over playing DST with you awesome people today, so let that speak for how good it is. That's crazy. Well, that's good though. I'm glad it's very good. I'm glad you're having fun. I can't believe you're prioritizing it over us though. Well, I'm so glad to finally be working on big projects again. Tackling the big dogs. Hey, Unknown! How are you doing? What's good? How are you feeling today? Nice to see you. Wait, is there actually like a character with a bunny skin in Fortnite? Like a full-on Playboy bunny suit? No, there's no way. There's no shot. How are you doing, Unknown? You've gotten me addicted. You're just chilling after work? Sounds pretty good. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Yes, there is. Oh, okay. Well, okay. That's a little different than what I was thinking. That's a little bit different than what I was thinking it was going to be. Rock Island, too much. It's so good. They do, like, the ghost will attack the Bright Shades. I know it's homing in on me right now because I'm a player, but it is going to attack the Bright Shades. I think they hit anything. Okay, it just despawned itself. Yeah, they added the digital circus stuff to Fortnite. They added Pomni, Jax. She looks so cursed. Yeah, they like gave her like human anatomy because otherwise she wouldn't work in Fortnite. I'm gonna observe what this ghost does. He might also, I don't think he can wreck our like furniture or anything like that, luckily, but I'm gonna have to like look because I've never actually observed them a lot. I think they, like, you are very correct that they just literally aggro anything that lives with a like a priority on players if they're nearby, which is gonna be annoying enough if we have to constantly deal with a ghost next to the farm. I mean, it's not a problem per se because of how fast they die, but it would be obnoxious. Oh, moonstorms are active? Have fun, farmers. You get to fight the, like, dead. Yeah, we'll have to move a bunch. Hi, Ayaz. Great to see you. What's good? Can we have a shout out for Ayaz? How are you doing? How was your Baldur's Gate yesterday? What's poppin'? How are you feeling today? You kind of miss Fortnite Save the World? I used to play the PvE mode. I used to initially only play it for the coins. For getting the free coins, basically. But eventually it was just, I just loved doing it. It was so much fun. Hi, welcome back, Noda. You did your final presentation of the term. I'm free until the exam. Oh, nice. What are you going to spend all that free time on? Okay. Fun and games, obviously. Yeah. Ay. So as you can see now, we cannot be attacked by this Bright Shades unless we enter this zone, which makes us completely impervious to this guy. And we can kind of just like chill, which is really nice. Are you friendly? Is there a king up? Oh yeah, there is. Where are you coming from? Wait, actually though, is that one of the survivors from the house that was here forever ago? It's okay. He can't really do anything bad. So this is looking good. We have the chests Elasta spaced. I'm gonna work on like sorting things in here now. I love seeing the word skin on the like leaderboard because it's so tiny. Okay, so in here we have like basic resources. I think this is a pretty good one. We have like stone, flint, cut stone, gold, all this stuff in here, which looks pretty good. Then in this one, I'll put glass shard, moon shards. Actually, I'm gonna put moon rock here and put niter in this one instead. You prefer to save the world? You're not a big PvP fan? I'm definitely not a big PvP fan anymore. I used to be a big PvP fan. Now I definitely prefer the calm survival. I like co-op is the funnest thing in the world. There's nothing more fun than working with other people, especially when it's about creating something, which is why I have such a preference for survival games. I love making and creating. And I love seeing what other people make and create. That's like the funnest part about it. Which is why I can't wait for like Minecraft and stuff, because we're gonna do so much creating and whatnot. Holy marble. Marbelle. Mirabelle. Gears, driftwood. I'm gonna do mob jobs in a second. Family Madrigal. Broken shells. Actually, broken shells are also gonna be in mob jobs. I've gotta wear shades. Blues, reds, purples, orange, greens, yellers, niter, Cthulhucide. You almost always had an F from in Deutsch at school in German. It's okay. If I was not German speaking, I would have had the same. That's awesome. Deutsch. Not lovely immediately correcting too. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy, dude. That's so rude. That's so rude. SMH. It was like 95% right. You are like acting like an average German right now by correcting it. This is actual average German behavior right now. I can't believe you. You're not putting a good image on us. Okay, we're gonna put marble beans. Wait, this chest is still empty, right? No, this is gems, and this is, yeah, this is the other materials. Okay. Marble beans, twiggy tree cones, these things. There would be, there was a German category on Jeopardy last night. You guys would be proud. I almost got them. Nice, nice, nice. What was it? Do you remember? We can put grass tufts and stuff in here too. Pine cones, twiggy trees. But yeah, we can turn off, we should turn off the twiggy tree regrowth because it is going to be obnoxious. It is not, it is going to be nothing but pain. So you're definitely right. Oh my god, Noda! Hi! Wear pig down? Awesome. Noda car. Noda is so fast. The WX like is hitting differently. It's crazy, isn't it? Isn't that insane just how fast that is? It's so beyond ridiculous. I just, wow, every time. You must kill Glommer. I want to play so bad, but I'm so sleepy. Do you think if you like get a tea or coffee, I don't know, that's probably not a good idea if you have to go work tomorrow. Do you think you'll be able to play if you try to join us now? You'll be awake until 3 a.m. if I do that now, if you drink a coffee. Damn, your caffeine really hits you hard then, huh? Language learning ability. One of them was like asking what Sprachlernfähigkeit meant, and I just like had to piece the context clues together. Yeah, the benefit about German, or yeah, the German language, it's very literal. It's very, very literal. Meaning that if you like put the pieces together, it usually makes up that word. Usually in English, if you have a combination out of two things, it's a completely different word, which is annoying. In German, you take the first word and the second word and you make it into one longer word, which is really, really nice. That is one of the conveniences that we have. One of the few. That's about where our conveniences are ending. That's a wrap, everybody. Pack your things. We're going to a new world. World closed. Regenerate world is happening. Server over. We had a completely unrelated thing happen. I'm done. Oh, I need to make a chest for the Bright Shade Smithy and the Void chest as well. I guess I'm going to put that in the crafting area. Actually, I'm going to make that a corner piece here. The crafting area is going to be down here, and then there's going to be like, there's going to be, Void and Bright Shade over here, left and right. I'm gonna have to do thermal stone. I see your point, but I'm not sure I can take Wasserhahn literally. No, please don't take the water chicken literal. To be fair, like Han means rooster, but we also have a lot of other things that Han stands for. Bet real quick. If you just say Han, only der Han, that's already, like, that already means, like, faucet. Or, we also have something like Harnröhre. Okay, plantables go in here. That looks pretty good. I don't think there's going to be a lot of different plantables still. Zwiebel. Oh. No, it's fine. That's Harn, yeah. All languages have weird quirks. That's why I like it. It is very fun. The one thing that I think Germany needs to do, though, is, for example, like, you have universal words that are specifically those words, so everyone understands them. For example, you have the word, actually, I'm gonna move this. You have the word ambulance, which is, like, a similar word in every single language, so it's universally understandable, right? Makes sense. However, in German, it's Krankenwagen, which is not ambulance. Should I rather have palm cone scales in here or marble? We're not going to craft that much with marble. Marble is more like a statue material. There's not a lot of crafting recipes that involve marble. So I think this would be better here. Marble floor? Yeah. But marble... What does marble floor need again? It's just marble, so we don't need to have it combined with other materials in one chest, technically. It's not like a thing that needs, like, wood and stuff in a lot of recipes. The word kranken sounds like you're in an agony and pain. You crank it. Marco, you guys remember the Five Nights at Freddy's clip with the crank it? Crank the engine? That was so bad. Crank it! Jorkin. What? Technically, living logs and nightmare fuel being in the gem chest wouldn't be too bad. Bep. But I might want to just make it in and put it in one of these chests instead. Because pure horror and other things are going to be in a different chest anyways. We can always move it later. Oh, where's my umbrella? Oh god, did I leave it in the caves? With you, Menyek? Forever ago? Shofi, sofort. It's the least immediate sounding word. It's spoken so softly that doesn't seem to mean immediately. Yeah. There's also one of my favorites German words is darum. So warum means why. Why? Darum is just that's why. So if someone asks you why, you can just say that's why. Darum. Just out of principle. That's why. Warum? Darum. It's so Germany is so sassy. It's just so full of sass. Was? Spelled like darum? Yeah. That's it for today. Good night. Thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. What the... Pff. Das wird eine schreckliche Nacht oder etwas nicht? Oder nicht? Nice translation error. Or nice translation, I mean. Spelled like darum. So yeah, like warum is spelled like the same, but with a W. And Germans took the word why in our language, spelled warum, and added or changed the letter in the front with a D to make it that's why. Because people were so upset or like hate like answering people over here. It's so bad. This German language is so full of sass and like shortcuts. But it got us to be one of the leading countries back in the day. Yeah, I can grab Glommer. Germany is the sassiest language ever. Also the language with most bureaucracy. For example, there's a lot of... Sadly, these are only in German. Otherwise, I would watch them with you guys on stream. There's videos people are doing about some German situations that are going on sometimes. For example, there was a case where a local farmer were legally selling their milk at a... they had a milk selling machine set up, and they were legally selling their milk at the farm. But a team of people that investigated that to make sure everything is up to code realized that one thing wasn't added to this machine that they're selling this with. So it was for 1 liter of milk, you paid €1, right? It was plain and simple. You put the euro in a little like piggy bank, and you couldn't get yourself some milk. However, the city has then ruled, wait a minute, this machine that you guys bought doesn't have the ability to print a receipt that you have spent €1 on this bottle of milk. So you're not allowed to sell milk anymore until you replace it with, and I'm not kidding you, a €15,000 machine that is also able to print the receipts. So you'd have to sell 15,000 liters of milk to make up for the pure loss of the investment in that printing thing. Oh, our guard tower is about to die. So, to give you some insight on like just how silly Germany is. Anti-baby pills. Over here, like the plan B is called, or like the thing you take to prevent getting pregnante is called anti-baby pills. Funniest German translation. Yeah. Birth control. Yes, thank you. Bureaucracy. Germany is killing itself with that at the moment. Like, there is so many consistent new laws, new extra steps, and new things you have to do that even the people responsible for those laws are losing their mind at the moment. That's the problem with Germany. Everything goes through a, like, you know how many things in all countries go through like a 2-step verification process or something for no matter what you do. In Germany, they go through a 10-step. Foxy, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate that. How are you doing today? Nice to meet you. Little shirts. Oh my lord. So that's the big problem over here. And it's like making everything really, really complicated. I can personally confirm this too, because being a self-owned business, because I am my self-owned business in Germany, it has gotten worse and worse and worse. And there's so many laws. My old carpentry teacher used to be registered as self-working, like self-owned business, building houses. He said he gave it up. He loved doing it more than anything, but every year there would be more new laws, more new things that he had to follow, more new things that he had to buy, more new people that he had to like make appointments with and talk to get everything regulated, that it just wasn't like something feasible anymore. Have legs and horns now? Yes. How is it going, Foxig? That's the biggest problem over here. It's so painful. Can I ask again, where were you from, JF? It's really, really painful. Ten-factor authentication. It's true. I am like my own legal business at the moment, and it's just wild. Brazil, right, I remember now. Fiery! Okay, yoink. Hi, Euler, great to see you, buddy. What's good? Lileo, ba 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 ba, la la la, la 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 la. Oh boy, we have to still move a bunch of things. I might make an elastispace chest by the farm for all the poop and fertilizers. Or I'll just have them in the main area. Would make the most sense to store directly by the farm, in my opinion. The old infinite poo stash is very important. What have you been up to, Euler? Okay, let's put giant drops in here. Beard hair, hound teeth. Song request. Mods! Support me. Calling in the mods like Ash called him Bob. Mods. I need to just make it auto add to the queue, but then again, I can only do that if it's a Spotify link. Thank you so much. The turf zone. We're probably gonna need 2 turf chests, realistically. I can also... Well, we don't need to build actual turf zones anymore like you used to back in the day, luckily. Back in the day, we used to have turf zones. Where we would put in... Welcome back, Cobb. But we would put an example turf down and then just, like, build it up from there. We're gonna need more than 2 turf chests, separate area. Like, I could make... I'm thinking about maybe, like, locating them into, like, a separate chest. Then again, these over here, these corners are supposed to be, like, equipment storage and other things like that. I'm gonna make, like, heat and cold stuff over here as well. Maybe I should just, put the turf chests over in these corners. I think I'm gonna have natural turfs here. 3 spark arcs, nice. You did like 130 levels of Sudoku. Damn! And you're still playing Satisfactory at the same time? This is like a flashback to 2010. This is my new YouTube intro song. Gnomes can't burn? No, they shouldn't be able to. Let me sort turfs last, so we see how much space we have. That song is from 2015. I'm pretty sure the bass melody that this is from is earlier, though. Because this is like a... I'm pretty sure this is a remix. Satisfactory and Sudoku and reading over the day. Dude, are you, like, training your brain till failure right now? Only in hell. Yes, Satisfactory. It is like a drug. Satisfactory is a drug. Oh, it's so addicting. No, I'm just a nerd. Satisfactory is one of the most addictive games I've ever played. Vocals was... The original was 2014. Fate with Vocals was 2015. That's crazy. Oh, then again, that's over a decade old already, to be fair. I like, there's no way. I've heard this song so long ago. You guys want to do a Fuel Weaver? Wait, actually, no. You guys want to do the Sanctum Pillar, guys, and then Fuel Weaver? Me. We can. Awesome, because I need 4 of those. Another one. Mouths. Thank you for the help. I'm craving a little bit of aggression. Yeah? Okay, awesome. Let's go to the Sanctum together. Thank you, Tape. Should I switch to a fighting tree? I think you'll be fine. I don't think you have to switch skill tree. Kill tree for this. Yeah, I don't think you have to switch kill tree. I can have within 15 minutes. That should be fine. I mean, we can head there right now. You have to, like, BRB then, or you have to go? BRB couple hours. Okay. KD. All right, you guys want to... Okay, let's go head for it then. I can teleport you guys to the archives. Just bring fighting kits, repair kits, healing. Bring whatever you need. Blade Runner reference. Get everything you need, and let's go straight for it. You are the healing? Definitely. But if anyone needs to bring some separate panic healing... These guys are pretty damn tough. String of numbers. That's like my replicant husband. I always think of that as K9. With like K dash and the number 9. Because I'm pretty sure that's what the Metal Gear Rising Revengeance boss was called. Something like that. It's been so long. Well, not just boss, but character. He wasn't always bad. You don't have to be the bad guy. Damn, like the Lego movie quote at the end hit differently though. I love the Lego movie. You don't have to be the bad guy. He doesn't have a real name. Okay, let's do this. Pillarmen, let's go. I don't know if we can do the jump puzzle within 15 minutes, though. I can't believe Chris Pratt said that. You better believe it, son. Yeah, okay, buddy. You're gonna use the Lazy Deserter Express, actually. Sanity immediately ruined. Bep. Olsen! Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing today? I hope you're doing well. What's going on? Loading. Oh, we could have technically filled spark arcs. Majma's doing it with the compass. Can one request a playlist? Absolutely not. You filled them? How many? Like, we have 3, right? So we only technically need to bring 1 orb. How are you doing, old Olsen? How are you doing today? What is poppin'? What's going on? How are you feeling today? I'm not taking whole playlist requests. No, that's not happening. Bow, bow, wow, wow. Okay, we have 3 Orbeez. Did you bring the sparks? The spark arcs? How do I dig that headstone? Oh, you're trying to move the headstone? I didn't bring them. Okay, we need 1 more Orbeez then. Thank you for moving the grave. Release the new OST. I'm looking through it. Nice. We can technically find an orb in there as well, but there's one over here. How to move? I didn't play Wendy with this skill tree much. I don't know either, unfortunately, if I'm honest. I've never done it. I think it's cool, but I've never done it. No da. Spirit vessels? What the hell is a spirit vessel? Oh, yeah, the ghost thing for Wendy. Those things are so cute, too. I love those things. Going through your multiplayer is so interesting. It's so funny that we all have to touch the portation orb, otherwise it doesn't do anything. Because it's all technically in the same exact area on the map. It just like loads in and out the different parts of it. Oh, here we go. Everybody, jump on me. I'll do this first try. Time to show off my genius. You have to hold Alt. Whoop. Yeah, okay, this is gonna be so bad. Oh no. And then we go this way. This way. Got it. See? Absolute immediate genius. I told you, have to have faith. I got this immediately. Yo, Queen, what's good? Sadly, there has to be like manual clips on this channel. Genius. That was so much more smooth than our last disaster. All right. Everybody into the chamber. Oh, what? Oh my god, you guys. No shower for me. We're allergic to showers, some of us. Okay. Anyone need some last second healing before we start? Plus 10 sting, aura damage. Okay, everyone seems to be good. Damn, so much food. Ready? Okay, let's kill the pillars first. Whoa, let's kill the pillars first, and then, the orbs are... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. One of the orbs just died. Uh-oh. Use portation. We probably have to find new orbs. Use commands? I'm not cheating. We had 4. Yeah, but the compass. We didn't hold the compass. It is. It is our fault. Majma briefly switched to do the like mutt wand thing, and then all the things like despawn. We can there's orbs in here itself in the labyrinth, so we can technically go to the left or to the right to find orbs in here. They did put orbs in this as well. Oops. Oops. Yeah, there's 2 right here. Okay, we have to get 1 more. Okay. Just teleport again. Oh. This one's not allowed. Sorry, what are you guys saying? The cave earthquake! Ah! So loud. It is so disproportionately loud compared to the other thing in the ambience volume. I hate it. I genuinely hate it so much. It's so disproportionately loud. Thank you for the song request. There you go. We should be able to backtrack now. Or we can just follow the compass. Technically both work. I don't know if we have to do the jump again if we go this way, though. Okay, my turn. Nope, we're good. Okay, we can't stop holding the compass. Dude, the way everyone's just jumping over this. No one can be bothered. But are you allowed to have a song that says that on stream? That's like not a bad, really bad word. I have a song on my playlist that's called Sex Bomb. Or Horny. I have 2 songs on my playlist that have the, like, one has that name, one has the other name. Okay, first kill pillars, then we do the orbs after. I appreciate you for checking, though. Ouch. Oh, right, I can't teleport in here. Ow. Uh-oh, is your beefalo dead? No. I don't like saying beefalo get pinged in the chats. This is low-key not that bad. This is gonna be a nightmare single player. In single player, it's pretty damn annoying. Okay, you guys got the orbs? I'll collect some of this garbage. Well, it's not garbage. I need this stuff. Brother Oisin. Someone's crown is on the floor? Possibly mine. If you don't have yours anymore, then that's very possible. It's kind of groovy. You gotta go. Goodbye, Fiery. Thank you so much for joining us. Did you log off in here? No, wait, you weren't here with us. You were doing the Wendy stuff. Oh, okay, you got it. Be patient, it's ancient. I should have made some portation orb fragments while we're here. Could you pass me the, reliquary? What happens if I teleport to the Fuel Weaver arena right now, and the hand is still there, and then I, like, reset it, and you guys are still in here? Gotta go. Goodbye, Cub. We'll see you soon again later. Pass the orb, bro. Good luck with the fuel. Hopefully return. You guys want to do a Fuel Weaver immediately after? I don't have anything to go nightmare. I don't have to do anything to deal with the nightmare. I don't have a insanity thing right now. You have a bone hat, AH? Are you think you're gonna cover? Could you cover the insanity? Or do you guys want to go home for now? Wardogs can teleport in and out of that? No, not in. Out. Only out. AH, can you cover for insanity? For Fuel Weaver? Do you have the bone hat on you? For the shadow hands? Of course, of course. Good. Connecting to Chads. typically dealing with these guys. Skeleton hat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, DSD all-knowing man. Okay, I'm gonna teleport you guys over to the atrium. I really need to move that lazy inside the actual arena. One day someone's gonna fall into the void here. Oh. Off. Wait, can you let go of that for a second, Majma? Okay. That's settled. The key is right there. Oh, wait. Can you guys... Oh, wait, guys. Set this up real quick. I'm gonna... I have to get the hearts. I didn't grab an atrium. Or we didn't grab an atrium. Just set the arena up real quick. I'll be right back. I'll grab a heart real quick. And after that, I might do a quick BRB to grab some dinner because I'm kind of hungry. Let's see. Order a meal. You got taco and taffy on the side with taco with chili oil. Damn. That's actually really good. Okay, I'm coming back down. The taffy got to chill out. Interesting meal. That is a very interesting meal, but honestly, not an unwelcome one. That's pretty damn good. Da 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 da. La da 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 da. All right. Everybody ready? Ready, go. Okay, I'm starting it. Okay. Got it. Okay. There's still a hand left. I don't see it because of your... There it is. Because of the shadow prison. Come on, come on. Let's just finish this. There you go. I didn't want another shadow hand. Nice. Smooth. Good job, everybody. There's no... I'm gonna just bring the bone stuff upstairs. Okay, I'm gonna teleport you guys out. Well, actually, did these guys respawn? Already? No, you're fine for now. So I can just teleport you guys for now. Welcome back, Jade. How have you been holding up? I'm gonna go BRB for a second. We can do a giveaway after I'm back. But I'm gonna BRB for a second to get some food real quick. You just made pierogies in real life because I want some. That sounds good. I'm gonna go on my BRB screen here. You guys can enjoy the fan art, and I'll let you guys play words on stream. I'm gonna quickly grab some food. Hiccup. Wait, this. Turn this on. Okay. IRL pierogies, nice. Destination, nice. Euro truck. Words on stream. Let's do this. Okay, I'll BRB. Okay, I made some egg scramble. Scrambled egg. I'm back. I got a like crazy good meal. I see you guys are hard at work. God damn. Am I allowed to switch over? You guys are so hard at work with this. Wait, let me bring this with me. Hi. I'm back. I got a crazy good meal. Yo, Lamb, thank you for the resub. What's good? How are you doing? We got like scrambled egg, bread, cherry tomatoes. Let's see if the hand cam is set up right now. Wait. How's the hand cam looking? Look at that. Look at that. That's pretty good. Oh, it's pretty good. Thanks for the resub, dude. 5 dang years, man. That is crazy. That is, oh yeah, it is 5 years. That's nuts. I'm pretty sure after Affinity, you're my longest running sub. Meal of Champions. That's crazy. That's insane. Hi, Victoria. What's good? Nice job, everybody. I'm gonna like let you guys do a giveaway while I prep or while I eat a little bit. How are you doing? It's nice to see you. Meal of Champions, literally. Oh, got like meat, tomatoes, egg. What are we snacking on? Scrambled egg, tomatoes, bread with salami and cheese, eggs and toast for breakfast. But your egg looks better. Your eggs look better than mine. These ones have a really good color to them. That's crazy, Lamb. How are you doing, dude? 5 years is wild. Hell yeah. You watching the football? What's the pink thing? That's salami. The salami looks pink. I don't know why, but it's like, it's the camera. It's red. It's mostly the camera and the light. But it's red. It's got a pepper crust. Tomatoes suck? What? Nah, that's crazy. That's actually crazy. Cherry tomatoes and suck in the same word, except if they're like that's so good. Cherry tomatoes are so delicious. Tom and Jerry cheese. Welcome home, Uni. What's good? How are you doing today? How was work? Oh, this is good. I love having egg at home. Egg is so good. Signing off on some of your competencies, education stuff. Hell yeah. That sounds awesome. What's your plan for the rest of the day? The Monday. Dude, I've never really had guacamole. I need to make it myself. Like nice and fresh. Avocados are pretty damn good. But I still don't like eating them too much by itself. It feels like more like a thing that I like to eat with other stuff. Mmm. Mmm. Avocado tomato sandwich sounds good. How are you doing, Papa Carlos? It's great to see you. Happy to see you as well, Uni. And hey, Nogizia, also great to see you. Goose and Herr Tüftler. Nice, how are you guys all doing? Oh, this is so good. Oh, Patho XL, nice. Some bomb tacos I made last night, but they weren't ripe. So I brought my guacamole. That sucks. Making tacos is so easy. I don't know. I prefer wraps over tacos, I think. Well, I don't know. I think only that one time because I had really horrible taco shells that just kind of ruined the taste, it feels like. But I like the like wrap texture. I also really like taco bowls, but it's always so good. Every time taco anything is just the bomb. Yeah, soft shell. Hard shell, I don't know. I would also prefer soft shell, I think. Or just wrap. Yeah, the rosé set. Yeah, I don't know. I think I would always... I don't know. It's also so messy with hard shells. Hello, Volley Bear. How are you doing? Make sure you guys type !play if you want to join. I'm sorry I'm not talking much right now, but I am quickly eating my dinner. Yeah. But I feel like that's a different case entirely. Slop is always different. It doesn't even come close to real food anymore. She's a maniac. Is that a fart emote? That's a that's a fart emote. Oh, nice. Cherry tomatoes are so good. And they have like no calories. No, don't immediately put a sniff with a nose after it. Bro's saving all of us. Have fun with Midwatch. Need a foot freak emote. That's crazy. That's crazy. That just ain't it, man. Hi, Bloom. Nice chicken. We need a... I don't know if you need that. We have a freaky emote and a foot emote on 7TV. But only visible on 7TV. All right. Who's gonna win some prizes? Let's figure that out. Who's gonna be our prize winner? Nugizia's in the lead right now, but that doesn't say too much. Especially with there being such boost platforms like this. AH is going crazy. Lamb might win this. Lamb is coming from a good angle. AH is about to pick up some speed. Oh, Apollo! What is Apollo doing? Oh my god, what is Apollo doing? Oh my god, so close. Parkour. Oh. Nebula. Nebula stole. Oh, didn't steal the win. There's actually no one else come in yet. Nebula got the win. No way. Yes way. Absolutely way. Dude, I could eat 10 eggs worth of scrambled egg in like one go. I also love hard-boiled egg, like when they're slightly gooey. You're suing? Who are you calling? Corporate? What happened to you? You're still fine. You're just kind of your ball's just kind of chilling. HR? Who's my HR representative? I haven't selected an HR representative of my mods. Who would best be HR representative? D? No, D is a problem though, because I need, like, for HR, we need someone who's like that went well. We need someone who's like completely and utterly only trying to work for me. D's just gonna say or flip off everybody. Yeah, congrats, Nebula. Do you know what you want already? Any of these thingies on screen, or 5,000 spools, 5,000 clay points, or any of the backpack skins. HR works for no one. HR works for the company. Spools, please. Absolutely. That is no problem. HR is trying to keep the company under control. Severance D. Oh, I want Severance Season 3 already. Shpyke cup is broken. What? What happened? What happened? Did he just die or something? What happened? Does it have a release date? No, I think next year or something, they said. Did he die playing with you? Okay, let me quickly yoink this. And the flew freely to the floor. Mine cup is fallen from the table. Your cup just fell off the table and shattered. No! Wait. No, wait. The Shpyke cup? No! The Shpyke cup? No! 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 Okay, Nebula. That's so bad. That's so sad. No. But only the part that it part that's the handle of the mug. Oh, so the rest is still intact at least. I guess you could shave that off and use it. Yeah, you can. It can be fixed. Not all hope is lost. It may yet be salvaged. All right, I've sent you your link, Nebula, over Twitch Whispers. Over Twitch Whispers. All right. Wait, gonna have to buy another. That was one in a giveaway. Wait, I'm gonna wash my hands real quick. That's so sad. That was one during a giveaway during the subathon. We have to do more merch giveaways during the subathon. The next one, if that will ever happen. Oh, where did everyone else go? Hi, Majma. It's only you and me. It better happen. You want it to happen? I think if it is going to happen, it's going to happen during my birthday in August. But I'm also going to have to see. I do intend to take a part-time job. So if that does, like, if I do find one till then, where Nightbot? Nightbot is mostly, like, unused at this point. I have to go a little early once again, getting EP from Mads. You take care of yourself. Thank you for being here, Noda. Have a nice rest. Take good care of yourself. When in August? My birthday is on the 6th of August. And I do intend to take a part-time position. If I have a part-time position by then, it might complicate things. But I technically could just, like, stream the moment I come home. And, like, have the timer go that way. But I do have to, like... I would have to work, of course. A bot that has been sub for nearly 4 years. 4 years, dude. Because you kept gifting it to every month. I think you're almost, like... Yeah, I checked the, like, global leaderboards, right? The bit leaderboards and stuff. Your, like, bit record holding is almost surpassed at this point, Lamb. It's insane. After all these years. It took years. 9 bathroom breaks and a stream at work. Arbeitszeitbetrug. For real, dang. It was really close. There's, Harry has been doing so much. I mean, look at the monthly one. Harry did 47,000 this month. And we also have, like, a really big, like, gift sub leaderboard this month. It's been insane. Because I've been, the reason I'm looking for a part-time job right now, too, is because, like, I'm struggling with, paying health, or struggled to pay health insurance for a minute. After I had some, like, other random builds pile up out of the blue, and it was just a pain. Feet, though. Feet? Feet? Yeah, you're trying to save for a house. There's another option. I don't know about that. Health insurance. Yeah, tell me about it. Don't worry, I pay for it. It still doesn't cover anything. It's okay. That's gonna be the final option, feet. That's like the final desperate attempt at staying afloat. Health insurance is such a scam. I'm sorry. The good thing is when you're working here, your workplace pays for it, so you're automatically health insured. If you're working like for yourself as a business like I am, that is not the case. Oh my lords, we need 5 trillion dreadstone. Who's gonna get to work on passive dreadstone farming? You're all about shins? the newest hype. Hi. We can't use this as full farm space. We might as well use this as like decoration space around. Let's go start, let's start expanding this. We'll have a farm, a big farm available. The only thing that's missing is we need a kitchen. And then once we have a kitchen, we're good to go. Like with a kitchen, we're set up to like move over here permanently. That's the only thing that's holding us back. Wait, when did I miss the singular bright shit in prison? That was earlier. I can explain why we're doing this real quick because a lot of people might not know why the hell we would do this. So bright shades work based off of a range. So this guy, you're gonna see this right here. There's a red circle where all this like fencing is, right? This is the aggro range of a bright shade. The green area is how far out that a new bright shade cannot land in. So as long as you farm in this green zone, which is where we're going to set up all our farm plots in, we're completely bright shade safe. So we can make farm plots all around this in this green zone, and we're completely bright shade safe. No invaders. Welcome back, Maniac. Have you been working on the boulder bow stuff? So this turns us like completely safe. And now it's just a matter of like zoning this in properly. Why are the moonstorms back here again? This is awful. The farm is going to be a pain. Balds. The base is looking good so far. Thank you. It's going to be very nice once we get to decorating it. Crazy how much progress you guys made in a few days. This is probably unthinkable for some people. Like the fact that you can like, if you're like, know exactly what you're doing and you're beelining for it. We had CC and Fuel Weaver dead before the first year was over and the like everything. We can maybe even do Scion later. It's actually insane. Thank you so much for the lurk. A lot of people are used to a way slower pace at this game, and it makes sense because, I mean, that's how you usually play this game. But if you are a group of like a couple people at minimum, you can do some crazy work. You can do some crazy work. Especially if you know like what you're doing and if you're beelining for it. Me and Cup went to Ruins, I think day 5. Depends on you play us? Not really. How much scrap do we want? As much as possible. Are you green staff duping scrap? Oh, damn it. We were in Ruins. We killed AG by, I think, day 5. And Werepig by day 7. A lot of things like that. It's just insane. Can WX charge in the storm? Not, I think just normally. Wartogs versus Wilson speed is quite different. It's different, but you can do all those things that we've done as any character. Wartogs just has a better like skills like potential that he can do. You're farming Scrappy. Oh, okay. Well, as much as you're comfortable with. Having enough for like maybe another wave of 12 CCs would be good. So like 88 at like minimum. Like sure you're gonna have better performance with some characters, but what we're doing you can do as any character. I mean, we've done all the Scion speedruns as fast as you can, as every character that we've played so far. The only difference with Warthog's only was that we did every boss. So excited. Wait, 1 second. Calibrate perceiver. You're so excited. Got a friend who does a second shift job, so doesn't join in for Magic Poker often, but he did last night. So he both have Sunday off, and he does and has DM'd in the past. So I give him my DM book and one shot kit because he wants to run for us. Oh, nice. You're getting back into D&D, huh? I don't know. I kind of, oh my god, are you serious? Is every storm just going to land here? And the rift? Are you kidding me? Oh, is this going to be like the worst position for the base ever because we're going to have every storm in here all the time? I kind of miss D&D, but at the same time, I just don't think I would be able to keep up with like a weekly game again. Maybe more like every 2 weeks or once a month. A widget defubbler. I do love playing D&D though. I mean, I really still love my characters. Magic is like a card game, D&D, literally made by the same people, and yeah, I don't know how often you would be. Magic the Gathering, is it? Well, it's made by it's owned by the same mother company, right? Is it made by the exact same people? I just know it's owned by the same company. I have fallen. Yo, AH, you down for potential 12 CCs later again? Are you taking a break for now? Would be nice if we had someone farm 5 trillion stone fruit. Say what again? Are you down for potential, like, CCs later again today? Reticulating buffer. Different people. MDG was created by Richard Garfield. It was made by some of the same people who collaborated. Oh, always. Magic is like a card game. You can actually farm with this mechanic if you use Wickerbottom's Lightning Book. Yes, that's how we always farm our Pure Brilliance. We use Wickerbottom's End is Nigh to spam them and then transmutate as Wilson, which is incredibly powerful. Why bats? Sadly, these guys don't even die from souls, which is really annoying. You might play some Overwatch, lurking. You're gonna play Overwatch. Is this season out? No. Darn it. Well, you have fun with Overwatch. Take good care of yourself. So, I'm gonna have to kill this guy. Oh, nice. Fiery got the grave gone. 22 hours until the season ends. Ah, so tomorrow. Tomorrow at 7 p.m. If you want to play later, let me know. I'll have to see how long I'll play DSD and how exhausted I am. I have slept so horribly. I did catch up on sleep a little bit today, but it's still like not fantastic. My buddy is taking ages again, otherwise I'll be in Overwatch. Majima is farming Scrappy right now, which is nice. Okay, what kind of song do you guys want to listen to? Can I put one on that I like? Yes, I will. Love this. I don't know. It's just so catchy. I don't know why. Finnish, like, folk song. Got that wrong? He did make it inspired by D&D. That's sick, though. Either way, that's pretty sick. You like jazz? How do you guys feel about jazz? Honest opinions only, please. Wizards of the Coast owns both. All I can see with Wizards of the Coast nowadays was the whole Pinkerton incident. Depends on if it has lyrics. Finally, the storms are somewhere else. Depends on the jazz. Not everyone is good, but I think some of them are okay. It's the same for me. I'm not seeking out jazz, but some of it is really good. You want to know what's really good? The Bob Ross kind of music. Like the music like Bob would play. Bob Ross type of music is sick. That's good, Just. Hey, Presto. Great to see you, buddy. How are you doing? Only like the scat man. Besides that, smooth can be okay. Actual lively jazz, not a fan. That's valid. I'm surprisingly a big fan of folk songs like this. It's really catchy. I don't know why. I stayed watching you play and forgot I opened my DST world. I died and your base is burned. Please roll back. Oh no. I'm so sorry. Oh my god, please roll back. I'm glad you're entertained by the stream, but oh my lord. Something doesn't add up here. What is not symmetrical here? Is it fine? It looks fine. I need to start playing the new God of Wars, your nose. I really need to start playing God of War. Like the new one looks good, but it's only going to be a PlayStation exclusive for a long time, I presume. Like, that doesn't link up. That doesn't link up either. But why? You have a crooked nose? Unique nose shapes are great. Didn't Sony say they're stopping PC ports? I heard that too. I don't know. I guess I'm just like hoping that isn't true, but it probably is. I'm just hoping that they eventually would release it, but I don't know. I mean, we didn't even get Bloodborne, which sucks. They could have at least given us Bloodborne. Am I insane? Dragon with your Dragon Commander who in lore basically is... That's actually sick. Dragon Commander sounds awesome. This shouldn't be like this. Bloodborne fans are starving since forever. Sure are. I do consider myself a Bloodborne fan. I have played through it once and I really enjoyed it. It's like I'll be straight honest. It's not my favorite. Oh, that's why. Bloodborne is not my favorite Souls. But it's really good. Tiamat, and I got them in my deck. It is specific, that's for sure. Chat, do you guys... Okay, type a 1 in the chat if you have ever played a FromSoft game, like Dark Souls, Sekiro, Elden Ring, and type a 2 in the chat if you've never played one. One, 2, 2. 1, maybe 2. Have you ever finished your Elden Ring run, Lamb? Oh, there does need to be a lightning rod here. Wait, oh, we don't have a rainbow greeter on right now. Damn it. No, that's crazy. Oh, this damn thing. You only played Dark Souls 1 a decade ago? It is really good. I have put like 800 hours in Elden Ring because of challenge runs. I could install a pent Volt Goat as a lightning rod. Is that considered like torture for the animal? Good night, Azzy. Take good care of yourself. Sleep well. See you hopefully again in the future. Much love. Thank you for dropping in. It's Volt Goat. I'm sure they love it. That's fair. Alien Crater. Having this rift here is so bad right now, dude. I'm so annoying. Currently going through Fallout 4. Finally made it past the 30 minutes. Now 20 hours plus. I've always wanted to start it. I've never done it. But I always wanted to start going ham on that. On Fallouts. Whoa! Oliver! Thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much for the prime. That is incredible. Thank you so much. Enjoy the emotes and the ad-free viewing. Thank you so much. That is really kind of you. That is incredible. Can we get some love in the chat for Oliver? I think I might have to smash your Magician's Chest age. Oh, right. I renamed that emote. My god. The old commands. Wait, why is it over there? Why is what over there? Oh, the rainbow? Oh, no, the Magician's Chest? It's there because we're starting to build our base here. Yeah, not played any FromSoft games. That's fair. You calling me old? Maybe. Hi, Nate. No, Knight? No, Nate? Nate. Night old. Night. Null. Ah! Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate it. Oh, God. The old quotes. Hello, Scam Train. We got a random hype train popping in. Random scam train, by the way. Oliver's kind sub start at 1. Yo, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. With 100 bits or $1, you can put any kind of message with sticky notes on the screen that you want. As long as it's TOS safe. Can't believe the scam trains keep starting from like one single thing the whole time. It's okay. Dude, what?
_94
to hype train?
sub to hype
What?
train. They have given 209 gift subs in the channel.
Dude, thank you so much for the gifted sub. You're at 61 on the leaderboard. Dude, oh my god. JCL. Thank you so much for gifting, or for throwing out 1,000 subs. I was going to say gifting 1,000 bits, not 1,000 subs. That is never going to happen on this channel. Okay. Thank you for the bits again, Lamb. 1,000 subs is never going to happen. That is a absolute no-go. It was going to be a scam train. Hey, Jock, how are you doing today? Nice to see you. What's popping? How are you doing today? I wonder, where did Cup put the things? Song request? Is there any... Oh, wait, you're a mod, Lamb. Can you do !SR and put the link in behind? Is there actually... Are we actually having a hype train pop off again? Thank you so much, AH. Thank you so much, JCL. Thank you so much, Lamb. AH is once again, like, lifted him to #1 exclusively on the leaderboard. Thank you. You're gonna do wood? Wood is good. How long do the boulder bows take to do it? Dude, JCL, what are you doing? Thank you for the 280, but you're putting yourself into a position where you're off, like, not even again. That's crazy. JCL, you can't keep getting away with this. Like 3 days. Okay. Thank you. You guys are insane. You guys know you don't have to do this. That is ridiculous. Much love, Oliver. I really appreciate that, but that is just ridiculous, dude. All the bits, all the subs, the stuff. Absolutely insane. I really appreciate it. The support is insane. I don't really need this, but I guess I'll...
Subscriber.
Dude! Holy! 5 gifted subs from JCL is insane. What are you doing? Thank you so much for gifting 5 subs. You're now number 1. That's crazy. Level 3 hype train. This was supposed to be a scam train. Dude, that is insane. I don't know what to say. Thank you. That is wild. What are you guys doing? There is no need to financially do anything on this stream. No such thing as a scam train. It's your motto by now. It's okay to let it's okay to let trains be scam trains. Do I not have my auto cooking mod anymore? Dude, are you nuts?
JC_06 gifted
Are
a
you
tier 1 sub to
nuts?
Enlightened Apollo.
You're at
They have given
65 gifted
67
subs
in
this
the
month. We have the 2 #1 like people doing crazy crap here. What is going on? Are you insane? Do you ever play with mods? Yes. My favorites would be I'll show you in a second. Rose going nuts like, what are you doing? Thank you for another gifted sub. Almost pushing us to the next level. Much love. That is insane. The support is insane. You're decent at it. Unbelievable. Right bracket. Help. Thank you so much for pushing us to another level. AH with the crazy gifted sub after everything you've done already. JCL with 6 after everything you've done already. And 1,380 bits. Lamb with 200 bits, I think. Oliver with a sub. Yeah, like, dude, you guys are insane. Oh, holy... that's crazy. Thank you so much for the scrab. Thank you so much for the support. That is nuts. Entirely optional, by the way. Oh my god. That does not work. Action key. Insert. Let's try insert. Dude, level 4 hype train going on. I just don't know what to say. You guys are like going above and beyond with everything, and I really, 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 really appreciate it, and it's insane, but you guys know you don't have to do this. I'm glad you're getting emotes unlocked for play or for doing bits at least, but I wish gift subs would get the same. But that is insane. Endless harvest mode on. Oh wait, is there a different key? Cooking key? Oh, page up. Thank you so much. all of you guys for the love and support, but I appreciate it more than enough if people are just watching and hang out here. Money is like a whole nother level of crazy. Have you been considering playing DSD again anytime recently, Lam? God damn. AH and JCL, you both have done so much already in general and this month. You guys are nuts. I can't believe the leaderboard is still actively changing. The fact that you're #1 now is nuts. I never thought that would be... That's just wow. I'd be down, just need some planning for time frame. Yeah. I'm assuming you haven't played any in your free time, right? That is insane. Can we get some... Can we get some love for everybody in the chat? Because that is just insane. That is just wild. Absolutely wild. Let's see. Okay, I'm out now. Okay, I have some sanity food now. You're going to feed the Merm King and then I'm ready for funeral. Pog. You guys are gonna harvest all the boulder bows. Nice, panic food. Who do you think the top 5 best solo characters are? Okay, wait. Let me show you my favorite mods first, the content mods. And then I'll give you my opinion on the best. Like, we're talking like literal like best of the best for like metagaming. If you like really like play them to their like absolute like maximum, right? Fantastic emotes. Yeah. I hope you enjoy the Shpyke emotes. They're my pride and joy. Full meta, UG. So for mods, this is my Megabase right now, 4,000 days. One of the mods I played in here with is Heap of Foods. This is one of my favorite content mods in the game. And as for another content mod, I really love the Cherry Forest, but I prefer one other mod over the Cherry Forest. You can play with both of these, all of these enabled at once, but I really, really, really love the Winterlands. The Winterlands is great. I'm a really big fan of the Winterlands. The Winterlands, Heap of Foods are really good mods. Heap of Foods completely reworks how food works and full tons of options and food items and everything like that. Hype check complete, nice. And Winterlands adds a new island to the game, which is really cool and dynamic with new creatures, things entirely, all sorts of equipment. There's a lot. And as for characters, okay. As for characters, top 5 best solo characters are, in my opinion, in no particular order. Those are just the top 5 in general, not in a particular order. Wartox, Wickfrid, Wendy, Walter, who do I pick in 5th? There's a couple contenders. I'm in between a few characters here for 5th. I'm either in between Wolfgang, Willow, and Wickerbottom here. Honestly, Wormwood even. Actually, I think it might be Wormwood. Yeah, you gotta give some. Please enjoy the emotes and the ad-free viewing. Hello, Nathan Underline. How are you doing? But for me, the clear characters, the top 3 definitely are Wartox, Wickfrit, and there you go, finally. Wartox, Wickfrit, and Wendy. They're just so strong. They can do so many things. Mind you, a lot of characters are really close to catching up, but I think Wickfrit and Wartox are just one too high. Wiggy, I think Wickfrit and Wartox are clear, like the absolute clear pinnacle of the game at the moment, like by far. How are you holding up, Queen? There's still enough to make more burger bins, by the way. Well, actually, I don't know if we have the fur. Tell that to a room full of 30 merms. Don't... Hey, I'm a word main. But objectively looking at things... she is not... Like, I wouldn't put her in the top 5 of characters. TV Worlds? This is the right one? It's a difference if you need setup. Like, Word is fantastic. And Word is great if you have the setup done. But if I play Word, I still long for being able to do what Wartox does. Wickfrit is insane all around. Wickfrit is basically unkillable. Built-in damage boost, built-in defense boost, super good weapons, super good utility. I mean, what else is there to say? Deltarune time. I have to play the game soon. It's because she can't eat pierogi, isn't it? The food is one part, but it's not that important for food. Because the biggest thing for Word is she has a Metropole over Bee Queen, which means you get infinite jelly beans. Wormwood, you can get very good damage day 1. Wormwood is insanely good. But Wormwood requires a certain skill ceiling because of how his kit works. Like, Wormwood requires, like, a little bit of game knowledge to make it work. If you're good at the game, and you're good at Wartalk, sorry, you're good at Wormwood, you're cracked. Thank you for the lurk, Apollo. Cat time, I finally got on. Nice! I give up. I don't know how to edit the HypeCon. Exclamation mark, edit, com? No. Something like that. There. You have to edit com, then the name of the other command, and the new message right behind it. Usually I host all my things over a different, my own bot now. This is a jammer. I've been meaning to, I have Deltarune, and I've been meaning to play it. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. This chapter, wait, I know they announced the next chapter, but do we know when it's releasing? Both have a lot of amazing songs. They, like, I know a lot of Undertale songs, and they definitely have a lot of bangers in there. Deltarune I'm not very familiar with, though. There's one that I really enjoy for Deltarune that I have, which is this one. In 9 days. Oh. Dantlion. Guess I'm gonna kill you real quick. I really need to play it. I do have it. A friend gifted it to me. Another game I really want to play is the the RPG called Atlas. I've been waiting for that to get a sale, but it hasn't gotten one. It's $10 at the moment. I've just been waiting on a sale because apparently it goes down all the way down to potentially 5. Thank you for the lurk, JCL, and so much love for everything you've done again. This is really good. I hope you're gonna be there when I play Deltarune, Nathan. I know a lot of people out in this channel have been excited for me playing that. I love farming bees, bro. This stuff is so worth it. This makes me feel something. It's like numbers go up right now. All right. Let's go kill Desert Antlion real quick. Dandelion. There you go. You got it. A beefalo and heat destroyed the beehive near my base. Apparently it counts as a mob. Yeah, the beefalo and heat will attack anything, including structures with HP. They will beeline for everything. So if you have fences or something near them, they'll also attack fences. I was making the message too long. I tried so many times. Dude, what the... Why doesn't this offer protection, man? This is why I love the bright shade side. People always ask me, why do you use the bright shade side? But this is why. Bright shade has all the utility. Okay. Damn it, you got it off. Oh wow, I didn't expect you to attack again. Give me 1 second to look up the Spotify of that. What are you doing? What? How did you get a summon off? What are you doing? Why are you not, like, resummoning them? I've never had an inconsistent fight against Desert Antlion as this. I used to be so scared of Desert Antlion, but Desert Antlion in reality is probably the easiest of all the giants there is. If you just know how to evade her. If you just circle her. They're clueless. I don't know that so much. So it was constant questions. And me doing everything, you're kind of burned out. Yeah, if you have to be teaching and not really get to play, that's unfortunate. How many people were you? Okay, third sanctuary. The main problem is that it didn't, it wasn't retaining. Oh, this one's so good. I know this one. Yeah, if there's nothing, if people, like, I guess it's more of a thing if you want to learn, right? Otherwise, you won't really remember. Okay, let me continue sorting. 3 of us. Damn. I should have a beefalo and he destroyed the beehive. So much for beefy fur poopen. Yeah, no. I assume you didn't see. But oh, decon bee queen crowns for honeycomb. We have some honeycomb at the other base right now. How much do you need? My friend got chased by a rabbit king for 3 days. Dude, those guys are horror. I planted like 5 stacks of pine cones. What does that have to do with... Oh, a lot of bundling? Oh, just, We have 5 trillion gift wraps. No, you're fine. I don't blame the one because he's getting his doctorate? What? That's crazy. Doctor learning DSD, so he has enough to remember. But the other one just didn't really care for survival games. I guess that's kind of fair. If it doesn't work for you, it doesn't work for you. Even if it is unfortunate. If it don't work, it don't work. What the hell? Oh, glass. Glass and birds. Broken shells, slurtle slime. Let's collect all the feathers in here. Slurper pelts. Tentacle spots, beefalo wool. All the fabric like stuff can go in there. I'd like to have spider parts grouped up too though. I might put spider parts in here. Actually, let's move this one. I always forget to eat his warthogs, but luckily it doesn't really matter. I can just immediately heal myself up again. Okay, can I try something? Sure. I'm totally not scared of that. Enable SFX. No items found. What the hell did you find? Okay, let's put all like fur stuff and skin in here. I guess shells count enough. Spider parts. We're getting there. Flare? Wait, what? Where? Huh? Flare? Vultures? Ah. It's supposed to play all sound effects at once. But yeah, I have all my sound effects through my own bot. That sounds awful. I would never want that. That's awful. That sounds horrible. Ow. So the 5 stack of trees in a row is now rocks? They all petrified! How long have you had them sitting here? It must have been like a season at least, like a whole year or two. Bruh. That's crazy. Like 3 to 4 days? Don't go through the quotes. What are you doing, bro? Half of them are stage 2. That's crazy. Well, we do need rocks, I guess. That's awesome. Now you can stonewall in your base, delay hounds by a whole 5 seconds. Oh. I'm probably gonna make my hound trap up here, I think, for the base. Kitchen, crafting, storage, farm, hound trap, or something. Beaver time. That's crazy. So the 5 stacks of trees is now rocks. Bruh. Bro was flabbergasted. Didn't even know this was a possibility. That's crazy. You still play with fire? Doesn't spread? No firehounds? Yeah, we are still playing with wildfires off and no firehounds. Because it's just unfun in a Megabase. Did Clay give their ambassadors any info on elsewhere? No. We don't get info earlier, usually. Only in very rare cases. Yeah, you knew that it happened, but I didn't, like, I've never had it happen this fast. Usually, if we learn something, you guys learn about it at the same time. Same with when the drop events start. If we know, you guys know. Very rarely do we get info earlier. Is it like... No, definitely not. That has nothing to do with summer. Like I said, it's very, very rare to have info earlier as an ambassador. Bruh. We're both getting griefed. Will there be a petrified tree guard at April the 1st? Honestly, more tree guards should be something in the game. Think about this. Petrified tree guards, the palm tree guards from Shipwrecked. There's so much potential for those. Why not add them, right? Like, what's stopping us? Nothing, really. Lunar tree guards? Like, exactly. A lot of things. Living trees should throw hands, to be honest. I like tree guards. Okay, so you know how above ground you have certain creatures mutate because of the rift? It'd be cool or interesting if they added something similar for the shadow side eventually. And one of the shadow side bosses that petrifies is a tree guard. You maybe have like Spider Queen tree guards and some like local boss down there like Toadstool or something that can transform Snoop Doggy Dogg on the radio. Yo, Prunette, what's going on? What's poppin'? How you doing, dudes? Bright Shade tree guards? Yeah. And twiggy ones that are super fast. Twiggy ones are fast, but they do like no damage. You've been attacked by a polar bear? I think you'd be dead. Fig tree guards? Nah, that's too crazy. Guaranteed spawn upon like doing anything with figs. I'm just gonna burn this whole set piece here. Why are we exploding? No! What the hell, dude? What the fwick? Okay, let's burn this. Bye. You wish Cup were here. Thanks for beating the hell out of me. Wow. You'd imagine the grass would burn way faster. You miss his sweet food. Cup is gonna be back in like an hour or so or something, I think. He said he was gonna be gone for a couple hours, I think. Okay, we're spreading. Let's go full wildfire. Let's do it. Let it all go. Let it all fire down. Let it all burn. Okay, the lunar rift needs to disappear, otherwise I can't start working on things. Here, you too. Thanks. What do we do right now? I could work on the kitchen in the meantime. I was kind of locked into the farm. I need to finish the storage so we can just move everything. But I also don't want to move everything till we have the necessities covered. A farm, cooking, and chest zone. Oh, and a crafting zone. Okay, well, let's do this real quick. This is going to be the bright shades, or this is going to be the void area. Void crafting. And on the other side, we're going to have the bright shade smithy. Mirrored. And then down here is the crafting area. This is pretty big, but that's not bad. Having like things covered or in space and stuff is nice. I also still need to finish the other base parts over here. We've got so much work to do. This is gonna fit, right? I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure all should fit. This is how long? From the 3x3, this is 6 long. Okay, let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 20 seeds so far, nice. Then 1 up, 2 left, 2 up. 1 up, 2 left, 2 up. 1 up, 2 right, 2 up. Follow the same shape by going 1 down. And then connect this. And then we have to connect the inner one. So we're going to out-turf all of this. Our pitchfork may break. The pitchfork is... Since when is a basic stone pitchfork this durable? This is actually crazy. I don't remember them being this durable. They're still like... It's not losing like any durability. Okay, this is a 6... So I guess wait. Huh? You use a pitchfork as often as a hammer? I use a hammer a lot. And pitchfork a lot too. 5. 5. Okay, then this one goes up. And this one. And then it connects like this, I guess. Is that really the same size? I guess because the roads shrink so much. It's always crazy. Roads only take up like... Roads always have no turf priority, so they take up like 0 space in the end. Like half a turf. And finally done after 15 minutes. Nice. Isn't it fun? That's why I love doing it with Merms so much, because there's no complications. Now you gotta pick it all up. Yup. Shadows, the nightmares are also fantastic for this. Everything else is low-key a pain. It's like a whole different world. Picking things up manually? What the hell is that? See, do we have any good song? Ooh, this is pretty good. Katamari Damacy music. What else do we have? Oh, this is groovy as hell. I love this song so much. Don't overheat me. No! Time to yoink a forager. Oh, man. It's so nice that they made those refuelable. It's such a beautiful change. I don't want to overheat. Whatever. Do we still have a moon collar here? If we have a spare one. We have had some. I don't know if they were like someone's personal thing that they carry with them or not. So I don't know the state on that. Okay, well we don't have this. So what percentage are you at? 75. There it is. Moon collar and all my problems are gone. Moon collars and star collars like literally change your way of playing the game. It is like a new world. I realized I forgot to set something up for you with this model, so we'll need to connect sometime soon so I can show you. Oh, okay. Sounds good. Shoot me a DM for whenever you're like available. Burgling Gnomes fully released. Oh yeah, it looks really good. Guess what I'm drinking? Blueberry Nectarine sparkling water. That's awesome, Pupsy. How are you doing? Great to see you. I cannot wait till people see all the stuff we've been working on. Not so hot. Call it a work today because feeling sicky. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully you recover fast. I think it's going around right now. That's what we always say, but it's so painful. Dragon fruit raspberry sparkling water. That sounds pretty good. Hopefully you recover fast. Are you excited for the new Overwatch? Overwatch season? I love Nightmare Hounds. I'm such a big fan. Am I one-shotting them when I'm at full charge? No. Yes, I am. That's crazy. That is really good damage. I know I've underestimated Shadow for a while because I just prefer the conveniencies of the other side, but... I'm surprised there was something you've, we forgot to set up. I feel like I've done everything with the model. I don't even remember or knew that there was a different functionality still available. Let's see what we got. Okay, I need to go all around with this now. Needs feet. For your information, has feed. For your information. My DPS have had the brain cells of a rotten durian. What a way to put that. A rotten durian? That's crazy. So bad? It can't be that bad. It can't have been that bad. I've always wanted... Has anyone else ever had the temptation to try Süßströmming? Because it's like supposed to be one of the worst smelling things ever. I've always wanted to try it. 6 and 16. Playlist ain't hitting too hard today. You'll try at some point. I also want that cheese that they banned from public transport in France. I've never heard about that one. Up. And then like this. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, wait. No, that's already going to connect to the road. That's fine. I've never heard about a cheese they banned from public transport. Does it smell that bad? There's no way it smells that bad. That you can't eat it on public transport. 6 killed, 16 deaths, and my DPS were playing with their elbows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. 1, 2. 2, 1, 2. 1, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice. Good. Pattern recognition down. Maybe not officially, but they tell you to leave. That's wild. It must be really smelly then, because that's wild. Where's the stinky emote that we had earlier in chat? We finally have a fitting use for it. That's insane. Oh, I'm actually out of roads over here now. Nice. The base shape is growing well. Hi. Are you looking for anything in particular? Where Thula side? Do the dance. Do the goose dance. Do the dance. No! Whatever. Too late. Okay, I'm gonna let you guys queue up for a giveaway. Oh my god. While I quickly BRB, I need to grab new water. Why am I voice cracking? Stop that. That can't happen right now. I'm an adult. There is no voice cracks. That doesn't exist for me. All right, let me boot up Marble real quick. So you guys can queue into the giveaway. And I'm going to BRB in the meantime, okay? Hiccup. click, race, Schmarbolds. Let's go for one of my other favorites, which is the long shot. So I'm using this as an opportunity for you guys to queue up while I BRB. So, I'll be right back. Hi again, Tape. I'll be right back. Gonna get water and Flutter! I'm back, guys. I'm so sorry for the long wait. What's cooking? Let's get this party started on the road, shall we? Let's get this party started. Let's get this started party. Let's party start. Oh, let's party started. Hello, Flutter. How are you doing? What's going on? What's popping? How are you feeling today? What have you been up to? What have you been doing? I've just had an eye doctor. Oh, you're at the eye doctor like right now? I had a good day. I'm in the car watching the stream. Nice. Well, hopefully just as a good eye appointment. I have had a good day so far. It's been all over the place with all sorts of things, but not too shabby. Not too ain't too shabby. Ain't too shabby. Today's been chaotic, but still I would say pretty good. We had a hype train earlier too. Absolutely insane as always. JCL has been not allowing any hype train to die. You've been watching random stuff and playing offline stuff. Hi, Leo. What's good? Hey, Sod. How have you been? We have to get new glasses. Buster Brokers. Aw, Buster. What are you doing, Buster? First the door, now the glasses. Buster. You say it like it's a bad thing. It's not a bad thing necessarily, but it's just, damn. I'm flabbergasted. I'm really honored. My gastards are very flabbered, to say the least. It's just insane. We've usually every like scam train used to be a scam train, except the occasional one. So this is like a new world for me. All right, guys, 20 seconds to still type !play if you haven't. Apricot, you got in here still. This is about who jumps the farthest in a second. I just wish we didn't have this like 3-minute parkour to it. The beginning of this map is just such a time waster. Smurgeon barely made it. You've saved a decent chunk of change. You're hoping to save enough from eugenics. I have enough for it, but I wait till it's enough to buy it twice before buying. Either that at a discount. Nice. Hell yeah. I'm sure it probably is going on discounts already at this point, I'd imagine. I would imagine so. I think. Probably like 10 or 20% at least. You better go the fastest. It's about all who jumps the farthest in a second. I don't know why they have this thing like outside staring in that like giant thing. It's a big path right now with bouncy balls, which means some people can die to these. It can happen. If the ball lands on you, you're dead. That was close. That's oh, volley bear. No, they got you. A new ball is coming. Lamb is currently the farthest. Pickles! They got pickles! No! Who would do such a thing? The start of this map takes so long. Damn, I fell so far behind. This has been extra slow this time, this map. It's okay, it doesn't matter who's in the farthest. It all matters who jumps the farthest now. It's pure luck, really. Don't be fooling me. Ooh, that's not a good sign for these two. Yeah, they're gonna do baby hops. Herr Tüftler and Apricot and Flammable Goose are all topping each other off. Oh, Olsen. Let's see how many. Oh, holy. Huh? Ain't no way. Ain't no goddamn way you guys topped each other that much. I did so bad. AH getting another win. That's crazy. Stop saying that. What? What did I say? I think I'm the top 10. Why are we thinking again? Topping each other? Well, not like that. You heard your name? Dude, you're another winner. You're another winner. You won again. You won again. Well, technically last time you didn't win. You just got a prize given to you, so you won that way, but now you won one. Second again. I am fuming. Someone's like watching these giveaway results in pure anger. So, AH, what's it gonna be, buddy? What's it gonna be, buddy? How's your base looking now, Cosmica? Did you manage to roll back? Gib Alchemy skin? You got it. Do you have the Maxwell one already, right? Who won? Edge. Yup. Okay. I was gonna say that would be ridiculous if you didn't pick this one then, or that one then. All chemical engine. AH. Let me send you your code. What is that? That's a Twitch global emote? The like dinosaur breathing fire? And it's been sent to you. Take care. Feel free to redeem it whenever. I send it to you. Why is that a thing? That's there's always new. They always add new emotes to Twitch Global, and I never see when they do. Chat, when are they gonna give us more emote slots? Give us 5 more emote slots, please. Just 5 more animated emote slots and 5 more normal emote slots, please. We need like 500 more sub points to get to the next emote slot, dude. I want it. I want more emote slots. I want more emotes. I want more. I don't know if it's too greedy, but I want it. Emotes are like the best thing about Twitch. To be able to like use emotes everywhere. I just need more. I have a good amount of emote slots already. Like if I do another hype train, if I do another subathon this year, it's gonna be once again with the goal in mind to reach new emote slots. My god, I hate ruins. Blee. I love the Blee emote. Okay, let's make this symmetrical now, please. Shake it. This is Flutter's kind of song for real. Okay, how did your Overwatch go, Tabe? Symmetrical. Okay. picture. Wow. La 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 la. La meh. It's boring alone. Alone, it's really just kind of a slop fest. It's definitely a game that I only particularly enjoy with friends. Get on the floor. Got some bad teams. It's okay. Apollo was also having some horrible luck earlier. Overwatch brings pain to your soul. That's everything that Overwatch is. That's what it is. That's what it's supposed to do. Water, like that's crazy. Cup found in kitchen. That's crazy. If you're not getting a headache build up passively, are you even playing Overwatch? Second, third floor. So there's a little less space. It's not a perfect circle. It's like a little egg shaped. That's because we're of how this place is connected to it. So it's a little Shpyke shaped. If you aren't hating the game because of teammates, then you aren't playing Overwatch. The basic reaction that I get when playing Overwatch is I'm a big I have a big sense of empathy, but the moment I touch Overwatch, I feel that sense of empathy leaving my body sometimes. Lock in. It's okay. If you aren't hating the game, you aren't playing Overwatch. I become a mean, hateful person playing that game. I have it pretty under control. But I don't like to play competitive or other things like that. Because it can get particularly annoying in that. Because I'm a competitive person. Which means I do really try. If I'm challenged to something, I usually try. But I have fun. And I purchase creation and survival games for that degree. Do you guys play any PvP games? Which ones? You have to deal with me getting butthurt over the game? It's so funny. I'm just like, la 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 la. And then other people get annoyed. For Honor is way more toxic though. I've heard horror stories about For Honor. How it's super bad. I've definitely heard horror stories about that game. My god, picking all this stuff up. Okay, nice. This means we have a fully usable farm already. I just have to replace all the... Actually, this is kind of cool. Dude, this is like a natural... Well, almost natural yin and yang shape. That's kind of sick. But I want to make all of this the lighter floor. At least you know you get butthurt. That is the first step of fixing it. The first step of embracing tranquility and peace. Fun fact, it is not to become a Zenyatta main. The Zenyatta life is painful and will not lead you to happiness. Let's play something more chill. I think this is not bad that it's like an egg shape like this. Because it allows me to turn this part into like an equipment storage for the farm. I can also just turn this into roads so it doesn't like feel like it is. Bum bum bum. La 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 la. This should be pretty good. We can treat this as just being like the connection of the roads, technically. If I get some cobblestone. There's a lot of forest there. If you're going to sleep now, sounds like a plan. Thank you so much for joining us. It was really, really fun. And thank you for all the hard work. Take good care of yourself. Have a nice day, or rather night. I hope you have a nice day tomorrow. I'm most likely going to continue with DSD tomorrow again. I've been on a pretty good streak with DSD, and I've been really enjoying it and liking it a lot, which is nice. And, I do want to do a break at some point where I play... What is that YouTube link? YouTube? That's not going to work, unfortunately, because it's YouTube. Or it is it? Is that the right song? Wait, is that the right song? Did I actually get the, like, find it by, because it does allow you to request by title search, technically. I haven't clicked on the link yet, Apollo. It's the same? Nice. Good. Nice. Very nice. That means more modding stuff. La la. Oh, my hat broke. Aw. Why is the Pip Spook still here? We moved the grave. So we have a depressed ghost running around this area now forever. Nice. Nice. Oh, no, 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 no. Ah! Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Why did I have my crown on? Ah! Wake up. Oh my god. That, why didn't I have my crown on? They hit you for like 80 something damage. Oh. 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 It's fine if I am awake. Oh, maybe it's not fine if I'm awake if I'm stupid. Get over here. Yeah, you better run. I showed him by surviving. Hit the ghost, not me. La la la. I'll farm her for your shadow flowers. Yes. We're gonna have a grand opening of the farm here as well, which is nice. The farm grand opening. That was so bad. I thought I was gonna die. Hey, I just been struck for half of my health. Better continue my slow wake up animation instead of instantly standing up. It's nicer this way. Storage here is beautiful, and it's not even decorated yet. We've got so much left to do. Oh, we have to farm a lot of the new Sanctum guys, which is a little bit of a pain. They go to sleep because I got up early for the final next week, or for my final exam. Oh my god. You take good care of yourself. I'm wishing you the best of luck with your final exam. That's big, boy. Someone hex me for good luck. Aren't hexes specifically bad curses? I think we want to enchant you for good luck. Take good care of yourself. Wishing you the best of luck for your exam. Take good care. I heard hexes can be good. Oh. Well, no. A hex definition is a magical spell, curse, or jinx intended to bring bad luck. Can hexes be good? Whether a hex can be good depends entirely on your intent or ethical framework. Okay, just give me a yes or no, bro. Is it okay to hex people? Reddit thread on r/witch. Listen, it is okay because, I mean, it's not gonna work. Or maybe I've already been hexed. Is that why everything's been so bad? I hexed you for good luck, but you'll also stub your toe at some point. Interesting. I have stubbed my toe in the past. Is that why? Did you hex me back into the past, like before we met? Like working like retrospectively? Gonna leave the moral dilemma to you all. Goodbye. Take care of yourself, XZ. Take care. We'll see you hopefully again tomorrow. Hearing about how easy it was. Someone hexed you before you were born? Damn. You're gonna see me in a grave tomorrow because I'll be rolling in it. Nice. Look at this. This is actually, like, you say you requested this for the meme, but this is such a jammer, unironically, though. It's a remix, too. It's extended mix. Spawn camped. Certain man in Russia long ago was big and strong. I don't think I've ever heard the extended version. That intro is crazy. You ever casually smash your shin with a hammer? I mean, that's what you do if you try to, like, do it for, need your shins for sports, I guess, to kill the nerve endings and the pain response. Hey, Nad, great to see you. What's poppin'? How you doing? I'm doing good. How about you? We're working on our new Megabase right now. What's poppin'? No, that's a bob. It is a bob. 1 hour lurg. Do. Rasputin. Yeah, we're making such good progress. Ow, bird. Goddamn bird. That bird that I hate. Have you ever had a Klondike bar? No, they don't exist here. What would you do for a Klondike bar? A Mounds bar. How are you feeling, Natalie? Hopefully you're doing well. What's poppin'? Can we get a shout out for Natalie? Another ambassador. You're hungry and sleepy, so you're just stopping by? That sounds pretty good. I feel those emotions. However, I'm not hungry anymore. I'm actually well fed. But sleepy always. 6 bundle of various rocks and minerals. Hell yeah, that sounds awesome. Big fan. I just realized that I forgot to kill Scrappy because I got distracted by the fumarole. Oh, I can fit, or I can kill Scrappy. I'm pretty sure I placed this here. Yeah, for sure, in the test building world. Let me get some repair kits. And I'll handle this guy. Well, you have a wonderful rest of your day, Natalie. I do appreciate you joining us. Let's see. Rasputin, mother. Where is it? Oh, there's the scrapyard. I always confuse where it is for some reason. All right. Hi, Scrappy. You're still very angry. Or I should probably eat. Ah, damn it. I always teleport just too late. Got a movie recommendation? Project Hail Mary, if you haven't seen it. Oof. Oh, come on. Why did you not go after my double? Started in theaters and now through obscure. Let me think. What would you enjoy? Be made into movies. I was looking forward to it for more than a year. That's crazy. It was really good. I did really enjoy it. I was waiting for the perfect opportunity to watch it at some point. Because it's such a big movie. I'm trying to think. Hokum is one that's new that I've been meaning to watch. If you haven't watched that one yet. I've been still meaning to watch that one. Which I'm probably going to watch this weekend. Hey, welcome back, Cub. What's poppin'? Will Drive make me think? Oh, Hopefully this one works too. It's, if not in reverse. Reverse the bass. We can definitely try if one of the mods wants to try it. Still alive, still going, still cooking. I really want to do the pillars again. Reverse the bass. I've been working a lot on the base here. We also have our bright shade set up. I just need to make a kitchen and we can live here. Yeah, it's got John Severin's. That's the reason I've wanted to watch it. Welcome back, Cub. We've been dropping like flies, but it's okay. AH said he would be back if we do CCs. Ah. What the hell? It copied Cup's message as well. Is this the right one? Yes. Will H be back if we do Scion? AH, are you here? Yo, knows well. Yes, sir. How do you feel about Scion magic? What are we doing? This is crazy. We're doing Scion? Yeah, hell yeah. Let's do it. Yeah, kill Whackstaff would be nice. Hello, this is kind of cool. This is a very interesting song so far. Hello, Darkened Cities. Nice to meet you. How are you doing today? What's good? What's poppin'? How are you feeling? It's nice to meet you. I haven't listened to music like this since I was like a teenager. I didn't know he was gonna say yes. It's AH. AH would say yes if we're going like 500 miles down the highway in a burning car. I'm doing alright. Finished grinding to train a horse. I liked a game I adore. Ooh, train a horse. That sounds cool. What is it? Like, I'm assuming it's about training horses, but like, what is the like more like detailed like gameplay loop? Have you watched Witch Hat Atelier? Oh, not yet. I've been meaning to eventually. I'm currently catching up on Dr. Stone. I'm waiting on the last. How are you holding up, Prunette? The gameplay loop has stories with quests called Wild Horsey Islands. Oh. Darn it. We have a horse expert in chat. XX_horseman_XX. It's catching, training, rescuing horses. That's awesome. What the hell are we listening to? Bass. I don't know. It's not too bad. We have some horse enjoyers. The whole channel is about, we enjoy horses a lot on this channel, Cities. We have a ton of 7TV emotes about horses. Wait, here, look at this. Wait. Can't forget about this. Where is it? Where did I put it? I don't even remember where I put it. I don't remember where I put it. Where did I put them? Very necessary button on my OBS. Are you taking care of the prep? Oh, let me move Pearl real quick. Random OBS thing I've seen. I have so much garbage on this. It's so bad. Oh, another song request. Can we throw that in, please? Wait. I love having stupid buttons. Wait, what else? I love having like really stupid things that I can do. Not to mention all our beautiful like cat point redeems. You ever weigh yourself before and after a large? No. Nope. Rose said. No, I haven't. Blink twice if you need help. Zoom for real. My favorite thing to do with this is this. It's not working anymore. I broke it. It's actually... Why did it stop working? The button itself stopped working. What the hell? Guys, I mean, don't starve. You're not word today. Would someone be so kind to do exclamation mark top left? I'm curious to see the song you put in PUBG. Ooh. The whole gang gathered for everyone. Everyone was able, like, gonna help me out. That's crazy. You guys are the supporters for real. Oh, thanks for putting that in my chat, Maniac. Everybody's so creative. Bees. The poor bee populace has really seen a lot of violence in the last years. Ooh, I like this. This sounds pretty good. It's pretty jammy, PUBG. We've got a lot of jammy song requests today. Bees and beesn't. All the bees are gone. There once were bees, now they're beesn't. Bees and beesn't. Maniac's back again. Beeson. No, hit him. Filling up 4 soul jars takes so long. My butter is too... my butter. My lobster is too buttery. My steak is too juicy. Bees and bee accessories. Propane and propane accessories. That reminds me of this really cursed gangster rap that I heard in the style of Hank Hill. Go on. Behold. Propane money? I think that's what it was called. Wait, let me pull it up real quick. That was pretty jammy, Pubsy. Is that the right one? I don't think that's the right one. I think it was called King of the Hill or something. I think it was just called King of the Hill. No? Devil, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate it. What's up? How are you doing? What a creative name. Don't judge it. How are you doing today? Song request? You can please put that in yourself. Let me see if I can find that real quick. I'm looking for the rab. Thank you. Huh. Funk it up. I want to find that Hank Hill song again. I think it was around here in my liked songs. Have I passed it already? I swear it was around this level of my liked songs. Whoa, I scrolled down like really far. Of course, on the fly. I'm struggling finding it. I don't think I got it right now. It's okay. We'll find it eventually. It'll pop up when we most need it. That's how this works. Okay, I'm gonna do Pearl stuff real quick. Behold, I will Pearl it up. I'll move her. And then we need to fill some nets that I just found. When I say go, be ready to throw. Throw it at him, not me. Let's try something else. King of the Pill? Yes, that's it. That's it. That's the one. This is the one. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. Like, who made this? Why? It's so bad. What the hell? Oh my god, I haven't heard this song in forever. I was so surprised to hear German for a second. Ping, bright shades. Okay, let's get Pearl evacuated. We're creating a better life for Pearl. This map is no good to me. What? It doesn't... What? What are you talking about? Oh, do I have to talk with him first? Do you want any mods? Client side mostly, and a few server side mods. Give it to the old man. Oh, right. This is the first step. I can go through my list of client-side mods in a second, and we just have mostly basic server things. Just some convenience-y stuff. Mostly. Most of the time. At least it's away from that junk collector. I would go, but... No, I'm going. I'm going. I'm done waiting for him. My husband will no longer be here. And scammer gets scammed. Mama still a banger. It is really nice. It is pretty nice. Strong independent Pearl. I do really enjoy it. Nice. Thank you for sitting. um. So, you want to do the encapsulators in a bit? Giveaways are done periodically throughout the stream. She didn't move into our farm, right? No. You need a new lazy. The ruins are reset, though. Help. Exclamation mark help. What do you need help with? I'm here to support you. Our suit is in the range of clockworks at least? Yeah. What support do you need? What can I help with? That is not going to be enough, is it? There's no way. I do like that you can do this. But is it bad that I feel ever so slightly bad for Pearl? That we did this to her home islands? For this guy of all people, John Staff. Do not pity the crab. And we can't even live on this island anymore either. Back then it was feasible to do a base on here. Temp base or anything. Do not pity the crab. Chad, you guys like Pearl? No. She didn't like it. There, she was lonely. That's true. I love her. What is it with, like, chins today? I don't dislike her, but do I truly love her? It's more like I like... She likes cucumbers too, I'm sure. That's horrible. Don't put something like that on someone. Cucumber lover likes Pearl? Wait, Queen. Is this true? I didn't even remember that. Were you a cucumber lover too? No. Like, I tolerate cucumber depending on what it is. Vote kick? Yo, AH, get on here. You just ate a plate full of tomatoes, dude. First of all, it was a third of a plateful. And second of all, yeah, they're delicious. Listen, I would have even had cucumber on that plate too. Like a few slices to put on the bread. But not to eat just as is. Yeah, you should, age. No, it's okay. I just don't like... I really just don't like cucumbers by themselves. That's why I've been saying the whole time. Like, cucumbers by themselves, I don't like. If I can primarily taste the cucumber, I don't want it. Check it out. Funk it up. 3. No, that's not what I want. 4, 5. Do we not have a 6th one? Oh, wait. Oh, we do. But he technically gives us the first one for free, right? The first... No, we did 6. 7 do we every time we redo the fight, we need 7. Yeah. Whackstaff enjoys 6-7 memes. Guys, why do you keep, like, thinking about this that hard? We need to be able to use the numbers that are following each other. Like, not everything is a joke. Okay, we need one that spins from Lunar Island or somewhere. And then the other ones, we need greater gestalts, right? We need new numbers. Our numbers are ruined. Okay, one normal, the other greater. And normal. Rune. This counts. Does this guy count as a greater? I'm pretty sure this guy counts as a greater. Ruined. No, it's ruined. Cleo. What'd you do? You heard the song of your people? Is this the song of your people? Ooh, I scrolled so far down in my playlist or in my liked songs, I got to Living Tombstone. Peak. Got him. I mean, we're done, right? We can start the fight now. That was all we really need. We just need to prepare like some fire staffs and we're good to go. Witches. H is back. Mushy cakes. This is huge. Welcome back, H. What you say your favorites? What you say your favorite base skin you have? Like, what do you mean? Like my favorite skin that I use? For building? And any item... Oh, that's hard. That's really difficult. I think it's gotta be either scale chest skins. Or like all my wall skins for all the different walls. It's gotta be those. Definitely all my wall skins. The skin on my walls? Whatever you say, buddy. Whatever is happening in your world. Don't know what that is. I love that every time now, because we got this skin, everyone builds Pearl the electric chair. It's so messed up. Yo, Tape, you want to have your first Scion fight? Thomir chair. You laugh like it would be funny to watch me die in 2 milliseconds. Honestly, I don't think you would die that fast. Like, he's pretty slow. There's only a couple attacks that are really bad. Ayo, 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 ayo. I need to build a lazy deserter over here too to make it easier. You just don't get nuked. Yeah, if you don't have the knowledge of how to deal with one of his attacks in here, a mistake literally kills everybody. Because if he gets his AoE off in the wrong direction, literally everyone just dies. He's firing missiles. Good thing I brought heat diversion. Good thing I brought a singular thermal stone. Uh-oh. What are you saying uh-oh for? No! John Tower! That too. I haven't done the fight with other people that could easily F up the fight. It is very, very, very dangerous. And die immediately, I see. The funny thing is, if you accidentally got him to miss that attack, it would have killed, like, the whole team. But I think it's not that bad. Can't you just use campfires for missiles? You can, but it's better to use... For example, it's better to do a ton of logs and spread them and then fire staff them quickly. Hello, Zilburbs. What's good? It would have been a massacre. I'm gonna be an optimist about this. How am I gonna be an optimist about this? Ayo. 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 Sometimes he can cover nearly the whole arena. If he is over here on the left side and points his attack that way, you have this little bit left. Did you kill the gnomes? And nap day? Nice. How about you? How are you? I'm doing mostly good. Some stressful things all around, typical stuff. But we're making the most of it as usual. Also, I've been getting the insane urges to shave again. There's been the urges. I had certain urges, you see. Every once in a while I get the, like, I want to have a clean face. Shave everything. Do you still rock the beard, dude? God damn, chill. You don't want to F up anything? Ah, how bad could it be? A team wipe never hurt nobody. I trimmed down a good bit, told myself it was depression beard, and now I'm losing weight. I'm bringing it down eventually to establish level. It's nice. Nice. Killing me. Da 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 la 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 la. Oh. There you go. I just closed my chat for a second. I've been riding my bike to work, saving a lot of gas. Almost been hit like 3 times. Dude, riding bike is so good for weight loss. I need to do it again more. I've been in misery. Uh-huh. La 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 la. Slowly killing me. You really got me down. You really got me down. I would AFK during the ad break? No problem. Welcome back. Sorry for the ads. I know it's always a bit of a pain. I do appreciate people sitting through them. It does support me at least. Even though it's never very nice. Ad break brain. Ad break pain. Hello? Am I alive? Am I real? I'm back. I have food. It's Vietnamese pho. Oh, hell yeah. I've always wanted to type pho. I forget how you pronounce it always, man. But it always looks so delicious. Remember, birds aren't real. There is no avians. There's only government drones. Without adding multiple miles? I hate jogging, honestly. So biking is always nicer to me. But I've always wanted to, like, motivate myself to go for runs, etc. I've been meaning to get my standing desk up again, but it's expensive enough to just, It's expensive enough to, just, like, build all the setup to keep it up. Don't say it. Don't worry, I won't. Rule number 1 as a Twitch streamer. Don't say things from people that you don't know. The minion profile picture is crazy. I unironically didn't hate the Minion movies. Unironically. They are kind of good. Low-key. Not horrible. El Macho. There you go, I had too many solds. Rule 68th of Twitch streaming, chat will always make you stay up late or bully you. Yeah. Rule 69, JCL will not let any train be a scam train. Scam train. Did I say scal train? No, I think I said scam train. My brain is not working. Well, I'm good to go, I guess. Just gotta make fire staffs. Scalp train. No such thing as a scam train on top. I did. Yes, I'm so smart. Good to go once back. I can talk. For once in my life. Hey, it's okay. I'm not a native English speaker, so I'm allowed to make mistakes. Every other person? Don't think so. They're not allowed to make mistakes. Me, however, I can. Burnables? Don't worry. I'll get some logs. Every person that is a native English speaker, you guys don't get to make mistakes. I think. Listen, English is hard, and it's my native language. Yeah, it's bad. It's okay. I'll articulate myself better in German. Even though I'm much worse at German than I am in English, by the way. Even though I am German. I am Germain. Explodes. Don't blow up. Feeds. What I get? Apple pie. Is that because I'm German? Of course it's apple. You suck at both languages, I know. Same. Fist bump. I was about to say fist. I was about to say like almost something that Rocky would say. Lightning rod and went on to refuel it. And I'm glad I caught myself before it. I was about to say something so much worse. Yeah, in the book it is fist me. Good, because that's what I was about to say by accident. And I would have turned the camera off. I can't handle... We've had too many misspeaks in the last few days. I can't handle more. The bubblegum, the black and white cookies and cream ice cream. It's too much. Why am I getting exploded? I'm gonna put the lazy deserter on a boat next to the arena. Should I make a void hat and sickle for Scion? Or just go as Moose? I don't know. Whatever you have the most control on. I'm going void too. Because this music is explosively great. Nice save. Where's my Maggie? Well, this isn't mine, but it'll do. Are you guys ready to see Scion being murdered? Oh, right, I have a burger bin. I already forgot about this thing. You're not scared at all? Good. Getting scared? He smells fear. He'll insta-kill you. Oh, can someone at home make, like, 40 more roads? Bleh. Bleh? Oh, risotto? Oreos on the side top with vanilla ice cream. Risotto ice cream. Yes, yes. Awesome. Sounds interesting. No, I'll not make anything. Aw. What a shame. That's a lot of cobblestones. Touch? Well, come on, that's pretty forward. Come on now. Varklet, clear the magician's chest. Her H will kill you, probably. Not drowned this time? Yeah, I put it in the center. But you made more fire staffs? Or did I make more fire staffs? Not enough? Shpyke. Why does it look like Shpyke's cat has seen some stuff? He's fine, he's fine. He's just a little, like, brain damaged. The beefle is doing cardio. We have a tall bird backpack to burn here too. Old but gold, baby. Low-key, I don't know if that's enough logs. It probably is. We also have trees to burn and stuff. If this isn't enough, then we have a whole different problem. I might get like a bit more though. The island is so messy with the trees. I love that tall birds just betray you as soon as they finish growing up. I know, right? It's so sad. And even their parents betray them, so I guess it's in their blood. It's just crazy. I feel bad for tall birds sometimes, for the small birds specifically, and then I see what they do to us the moment they grow up, and I don't feel bad anymore. Spicy Voltgo Chiffreau. Nice. I got one in my pocket too. But I'll take another one. Spicy asparagus gazpacho. You're treating us good. Chiffreau for Scion. Sounds good. What if I eat both of mine? Are there supposed to be 3 beaver idols on the floor? Mushcake is a sleepy purge as well. Alls resist, use reactively. How long does a mushcake last? All their brain cells die as soon as they reach adulthood. It's so bad. 9 minutes? God damn. But it'll very briefly make you immune to the slow. Oh, okay. Okay, it'll make you briefly immune to the slow, but you don't get to be like fully asleep for a long time. Your bot be lying to me? That's not true. It's not lying. That's so true, though. The message. I might want to put another one of these down just to be safe. I don't know where we'll stand. So. All things considered. We're gonna freeze? Nah. That's what the spice is for. Stop yawning. Goddamn old man. Okay, well, I guess I'm ready to start. I'm not doing C_save because I don't believe in ourselves. I'm doing it because I am scared what might happen. Bleh, I don't know who needs to hear this, but stop texting your eggs. You're 3 years too late for me? For that one. You cannot fix them. All right, are we ready? Old man. Okay, this is baby phase. This one's fine. This one you don't have to use any buff food on. This one's just a baby. This one's just, like, this one's a joke. Whoa! I didn't expect you to break out of prison. Yeah, that's better. Toxic eggs. It's a good message. God knows I was in the dumps when I first had the my first ex like ghost out of me. Shpyke, flaming bacon or triple cheese poutine? You chose my fate. Flaming bacon, dude. That sounds crazy good. Alright. It is chilly. That might be my fault. I digress. I'm sorry. That is definitely my fault. Okay, are we ready for the real fight? Does anyone need some healing real quick beforehand? No, okay, go, go, go. Okay, in the second phase, whatever you do, don't let him when he screams, just redirect it to the edge. I learned that the archive boss area is rollback proof. Wait, the brand new one? They sanked him? Yeah, the beams in this phase heal him. So avoid like letting the beams land on him. You want to run out. If you roll back, you go back to the start. That's awesome. Whoops. That's the wrong attack. Oh, wait. Asparagus Pacho. Oh, it's autumn now. It's autumn now. What am I doing? Stop. I'm trying to heal people and I'm like... Okay, I'm trusting you to do this, so I'm just gonna DPS him through it. What? Skamazed. Damn, why am I so rusty right now? Lock in. Okay, lock in. Immediately doesn't lock in. Where's Cup? Oh, there's Cup. There's the laser beams. Oh my god, I'm so out of it right now. I'm so not locked in. Oh. Damn it, why am I not locked in enough to like dodge? Oh my god. What am I doing? Seriously. Okay, this is the real fight. Okay, he's gonna dash first. Just after he does the scream, watch out. I was beelining for AH. Trapping him is interesting. I've never considered this a possibility. That's so bad. He's gotta look this way. Oh my god. Remember your mush cakes. Also remember your Chafro, which I definitely didn't forget. Okay, dash and probably scream. Nope. Scream now. And that's a wrap. Soul Travelin still got beamed. Youch. That was so easy game. That really isn't so bad. I got hit so many times because I was so out of it. And that was still like a pretty easy clear. Bye. Goodbye, old man. I won't miss you. Oh, my seeds. Listen. I kind of want to call dibs on these because these will help me a lot. Smash these all? Yeah, smash. I don't exist in your game, but GG. Listen, when I stream, we all are the winners. We all are the winners if I stream. We all exist in the game because I stream it. Okay, well, we get a dogfight arena. We all exist together in this world, so we all are the winners. It is GG for all of us. For you and me, chat. We are in this together. I have no idea how AH survived that one charge. Him getting charged, I was like, no shot. He was so far away. Electricity is so strong. Nice. All right, let me teleport you guys off of here. Easy 450. Hell yeah. Nice 5 watch streak. Hello, Eugene. Still not enough to request songs. No, that's gonna require a bit more. Bah, Bebe 2 plus 450. Nice, nice for point farming. Okay, Bebe. Oh, I hope none touch my gear or Scion fights. All right, in 20 days we can do this again. Nice. Nice. Now ruin stuff will be such a joke. Why 20 days? Because I think that's just how long it takes for him to be reset, I think. Can't we make him again? I think the blueprint has to appear after some time, doesn't it? Or wait, or no, it was different now. You make the blueprint. Yeah, you make the base kit. Yeah, that's true. They changed it a little bit. So Scion tomorrow? I guess we'll find out. We can see. I need some more repair kits and stuff. If we can get everyone's crown full, that'd be good. I mean, we have the arena set up and we are well practiced, except me because I'm having brain farts. Some buff foods would do us good. Hey, are the moonstorms? Dudes! They're relentless over here. Maybe we should also start working on the Celestial Champions. You're surprised how well you did? It's not that bad. Like, I have to be honest with you. I don't think Scion is that bad. It's just that, like, 1 or 2 attacks that really mess you up. Hi, Unrestrained Static. It's, there's just a couple things I feel like that mess you up a lot, which is the heat-seeking missiles and the ground slab. The heals helped a lot. Yeah, I kept everyone constantly alive. In group, Scion isn't nearly as bad or as resource deficient. Yeah, like I fought Scion alone before too successfully. It was not that bad. Hello? Shouldn't it already have found the point to like... Am I missing something? Did I forget a step that I need to do now in between? I haven't done this post-Whack stuff in a while. Because I haven't Megabase too much since they changed this. WX solo multipliers is not as bad, just slower. Yeah, it's a lot slower. Am I missing something? How do I make it settle down again? That juice is on the loose. Chad, anyone remember this? I low-key don't. It's been so long. I thought it would just settle down. You have to craft it? Oh, okay. It's been so long. I mean, we can technically do multiple scions back to back now if we want to have the Crown's Cub. I don't know who all wants one of these, but they are pretty damn useful. You'd like to I'd like one, I think. But not urgently. I'm good with base crown. It's up to you guys. We can kill like 4 of them right now if we just want to gather the mets. The mats. Well, it's mostly about like making 5 trillion like of those like capture things. Yeah, if you have the jewels, you can like drop the bone helm, which is really good. The Mets, baby. It's all about the Mets. How much does the Warbot kit cost? In total, because you have to like build it up further after this, always. You can't trust any recipe anymore. Yeah, Warbot refunds a lot of the scrap. And if I'm not mistaken, we can also do pure 6 shooters now. We don't need to worry about having like one like spinny anymore. Is it open to any followers? I desire to make food for the gang. So before I let anyone on, usually I like to get to know people a little bit. Have them attend like at least a couple of streams and like chat to get to know them a bit, because there's like a lot of exploiters and problems going on. Not saying that you are like any of that, but that's usually like what I do for like the start of it. Oh, well, that's like kind of stuck in there. So it is absolutely very possible you can join us in this world. And making food is always nice. Berber coming. Oh, you want to prioritize that instead? You might not be too helpful yet either. Helpful, not helpful, doesn't matter. Having fun, playing together. That's what matters. What the hell is that? What is that? Is that something new I need to craft here? Warbot parts. Do you main Worley? Cities? Worl E? Worl E? Mr. E. Mr. T. Shpyke. I was teleport too short recently. Nice! Look at those big juicy souls. Did we ever get to the client side list? Oh, no, good point. Thank you. You've been maining Weber and Wormwood, but I love Worley and I would love to play him more. Hell yeah, those are some great selections of characters. Thanks for reminding me. Hiccup. I'm gonna go from the top to bottom. Oh, that's the items. My client list looks like this. I'm just gonna scroll down here slowly, because it's a lot of mods. Wait, only the enabled one, please. Menu repack, use main menu in game, action queue, auto close and light and crown, auto cooking, backpack decor, boss indicators, bright shade protection range, burning timer, camera tweaks, circular placement, colorful solds, combined status, configs extended, environment pinger, geometric drop, geometric placement, gesture wheel, ground chest, insanity be gone, leggy bird, lightning rod range indicator, more players, this one's kind of pointless right now, nightmare phase indicator, place statues, rain predictor widget, rock beefalo, screaming man rabbits, show nickname, snapping tildes, I'm getting hit by a bee, snow tile disabler, status announcement, world settings picker, wormwood bloom predictor, and wormwood flower extender. We could technically dupe the fur. With a knapsack, it should be easy to collect all the small thing. With Wartox, and now I have all the characters. Wartox is so good. He's so good. Ever since they gave him a skill tree, he's like genuinely been busted. He is one of the strongest, if not the strongest character in the game. And he's so much fun. What is that spoilable thing in your inventory? That's a mushy cake. It helps you like not fall asleep. Mush cake. But is he though? Definitely. I don't know. Maybe Wickford is still number one. It's hard to say. That's so rude. You didn't know that looked like that? Yeah, it looks a little silly. Warthog's over Wakefred? I think so too. $30 seconds of ads? That's a lot. That's a lot less, thankfully. Wait, does that spawn the small? No. We have to first put in the nets and then it starts spawning them. I remember now. My goodness, it's been a long time. I'm a bit rusty when it comes to this. I guess I'll get bug nets ready. Huh? Fan out of my what? Rain magic. Ba-ba-la, ba-la-ba-la, ba-la-la. La-la-la-la-la-la. Was that to bait you into putting on an umbrella? Yes. I forgot to mention I make art, didn't I? Hell yeah, I draw too. The way you move, the way you understand me. Where did I put the Zolt? Is the Zolt already in the other base? I think the Zolt might be in this base already. Where's my Zolt? Yes. Sorry. The song is so catchy. I can't not sing along to the melody. La la la. La la la. La la la. Wah, ooh, wah, wah, ooh. It's like monkey noises again. Ooh, 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 ooh. Sorry. Oh, wait. We need Zevin this time. Because Wagstaff is fake. Sorry. Fake equals dead. Is he just already ready? Oh, I've technically prepped everything already, yeah. I'm just getting the nets done. The Mets. It's all about the Mets. Return to monkey. I'm a busybody. No cooldown boss. Isn't it crazy? It is so crazy. Dude, this chest zone is making me lose my mind. Who upgraded all the green books over here? That was Harvey. I don't think he knew about the meta strat. He meant good. How many fights am I spicing for them? If neither, 3? You're gonna go back to lurking? Thank you so much for the lurk, Nebula. Well, good luck with your chesta. 3 more? Okay, I mean, it really depends. Like, AH definitely needs a crown, jeweled. You wanted some cubs, so we should do that as well. And I don't know how, like, Menyik feels about having the jewels. I don't really care. You do not? 3 fights is definitely gonna be a little exhausting to do back to back. Might be good to do like 2 or something in a row at a time. Because it is pretty draining. I wanna rock. It's not like we can't do more fights in the future. Oh, I'm so glad that all the lunar like areas are saved and spared from all the acid rain. But I can't believe we still get the nightmares here. Hiccup. 1. Damn it. Oh my god! I love this. So much naked molebad snoring. Dude, these nightmares gotta back off. I need the greater crystals. Chill. That was not a greater one, was it? My mate. Okay, we're gonna have 1 spinner again. It's whatever, dudes. Yucky. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Setting my Clip Studio Paint is open. The best art program there is. I know what I must do. Okay. Well, I got a 5 prepped. Unfortunately, we have 1 spinner. But I suppose we'll live. I suppose we'll live. I just need some repair kits. I will need my Maggie back. Yeah, Shifro works for sure. For first Warbot and second phase. Well, I'm as ready as a fiddle that has been diagnosed with stomach problems. Maybe I should get some more solds. Low-key, if we get in a bad pickle and I have to spam heal us with solds, I wonder if I can technically save the fight if we're in the last stretches and he actually, like, our whole arena gets covered and we have to hit him in there. If I just spam solds on whoever's, like, DPSing him, it would be incredibly exhausting and my supply would diminish very fast. But it could be enough to, like, help with the tiniest last stretch. So I'd rather be prepared as possible. That would probably be me. I'd like to be prepared as possible as I can be. I gotta decide on what drying rack skin to get. I barely like the 2 current ones available. Isn't there like 4 or something available? I usually use one of the iron ones. Yeah, Moose can tank a lot. I think the pearl one is the best if we could use it on all of them. I think the best looking ones are the butcher's rack. Or the Victorian meat rack. I do like the archaic ones too. Oh, you get 90% damage reduction? I don't know, does that work for the like thing on the floor though? The floor thing? I know, I was under the impression that we could use them on all of them. That's what I was under the impression of, because it just said drying rack. But then they added like a new drying rack and B-box that up. I was like, oh, okay. If I could use that B-box skin universally, it would be so nice. Okay, I made it here with as much souls as possible. Yeah, the B-box skin is so yummy. Okay, well, I'm technically ready, I guess. I don't really need any prep other than what I have. If we're bringing buff foods, this is all the prep I need. I need new water. After this fight, I'm going to take a water break. Same. Ready? Okay, touching. Yeah, I just really need jelly, and maybe some, what's it called? Shroom cake. Are you guys ready for watching another one? Go down in history. Epic rap battle of history. I'm not going to put any Mooncaller staffs down this time. You might be happy to learn. Wait, did you guys leave burgers somewhere, actually? Never spawned. Oh, hasn't spawned yet. Hopefully that's not... No, it shouldn't happen while we're gone. Wait, where's oh, this is the my Volt goat? Oh wait, I have to actually place them on the floor, I forgot. Oh, I do have a Volt goat, yes. Damn. Plans have been foiled to have an extra one. Wait, 1 second. My brain is bald. I need this. We're so low on horns. Yeah, despite having the auto farm, there just needs to be a lot of time that passes, and if preferably if we can get like, if we can get another herd, that would be nice. Also, I think that after this, after the next session that I'll do, I'll start leaving the world on 24/7. Did I miss a net? Oh, yeah, I did. Okay, first phase. This one you don't have to buff for. This one's easy. Whose beans are those? Are you kidding me, sir? I just got slept in him. I was afraid. That is unbelievable. Void Cal moment. I hate it. I guess technically I might be better off with the crown DPS anyways now. Because I get permanent crown DPS. Oh my god, Nana, you are still alive. Nice to... Oh, wait. Nice to see you. What have you been up to? Oh, bad news. It was bad to wear the crown. Tima. Oh. Okay. Bye. So if you take the crown off, it just disappears? Nice. Okay, you guys ready for the real deal? Go, go, go. Okay. Headache is better. Gonna food now? What are you gonna food? Smacking noises. It's so funny. Oh wait, let me eat my spice. Damn, Spinner. Damn, Spinner! Skinner! No! The trash on the floor stopped me from hopping. Dudes. Lock the hell in, bro. I always wholeheartedly trust Cup to just do the fire in this phase, and I always DPS him as fast as I can out of it. He's gonna do laser beams in a second. I don't know, I didn't see the Lofi mode. It's a Shpyke well. I'll show you the Shpyke well in a second. Stir-fry veggies and ground beef. That sounds delicious. And healing. Okay. now for the real deal. Okay, voids. Oh my god, I thought he turned. Doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter. Very nice. Yo, Harry, how are you doing, dude? Great to see you. Nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. What's popping? Listen, dude, I literally, I think you need a most. Yeah, like you need a most. As, honestly, as knows well, you need a most. How are you doing, Harry? What's good? Do we, like, let's destroy these robots? We can technically do an immediate another one. I need to just make the warbot and nets. Massive argument with your girlfriend's not in the best of moods? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. Hopefully nothing too bad. Bring Yelly if you do, I can. I don't have the stuff on me. I have to just grab it real quick. Sorry to hear that, dudes. Hopefully things get better. I need to make the buck nets and stuff real quick. It's just gonna take a second. It didn't need to happen. Yeah. Oh no, what happened? Gestalt, don't. Not into the water. What is going on over there? I'm sorry, dude. Hopefully things are gonna look up. Luckily it wasn't too bad of an argument. Four, 5, 6. Okay, good news. We can definitely do another fight. Just give me a second. I need to pick up... the bad news is I need to pick up Thulasite for just a second. No, I don't. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? That's one too little. I'm gonna lose my mind. Lads. She's ready to give you an apology. I'll see you later. Well, you have a good time. You take good care of yourself, and we'll see you hopefully again soon. It was nice of you to drop by. Always nice to see you, dudes. Surfing USA. Don't aggro on me. 5 million years travel time. Okay, I think I have everything now to get this party started if we want to. I just need to make the nets and capture them real quick. Warthogs. Yes, I am. I'm complaining about travel time because you guys have to wait. I'm complaining for your sakes. Because I don't like that you guys have to wait. Help me, I'm getting attacked. Why are you trying not to laugh? Oh, no, I'm not doing that. Oh, that's the wrong thing. What am I doing? What? No, I wasn't doing that at your art. I was doing that because you came over with a stupid monkey emote that I love. Guys, build this guy or whatever. What do you need to build this guy? I leave you stuff here. It's just the... Wait, it's just the 3 things here. You just need scrap. I have scrap. Okay, this time, full spinners, please. Skinner. Oh my god. I left the war... Oh. Bro is giggly today? What? I just said what I laughed at. And the fact that I have to do this nonsense now. I'm giggling because I left the freaking cut stone at home. I'm panicking, Loki. Okay, I don't need more repair kits. Still gonna make 1 or 2. Let me catch all these sprites. Because I still wonder who taught it would be a good idea to give human hair to animals. What? Hello? Oh, you're talking about that stupid, like, wolf gif I posted? It's so you know, like, Disney movies, it's so you know that's a female. You gotta have long hair, otherwise how would you possibly know? The guys have hair too? Yeah, because they wanted to give long hairs to the gals. So to not make it weird. I don't know the actual reasoning, but I think it's so silly. One of the, like, still most cursed animal, like, drawing types is the Cult of the Lamb ones. It almost doesn't get worse than the Cult of the Lamb ones. Those, like, make me question everything sometimes. That only bald animals are dudes. I hate it. I hate it, but I love it. It's like a hate-love relationship. Cult of the Lamb birds. The birds did not get good treatment. I remember when Cult of the Lamb first came out, there were tons of people on Twitter like, I fixed Cult of the Lamb's character design. This is how this should look. And Cult of the Lamb just made fun of those. Okay, got him. It's so bad. But I still love Cult of the Lamb. Man, that Frost music got me crazy. The Sin music was great. And that, damn, what was the other one called again? What was the DLC's name again? Sin music. The Sin music is great. La 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 la. La 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 la. Papaya, papaya, papaya. What was the DLC called again? Does anyone remember? I played it so much and I can't even remember. Woolhaven, thank you. I was asking about the DLC name for Cult of the Lamb. I love this song, and there's also, wait, they don't have the Woolhaven soundtrack on YouTube, on Spotify yet? There was this, one really good song in there. Which is not this. I think it's this one. Yes, it is. I low-key really vibe with this one. It's like noises I would make. I could have made this song. It's just so vibey at some point. Like, it gets so vibey. Don't ruin it for me, please. I'm not ruining it for anybody. That makes it better. But it's so jammy. And ruined. It's not ruined. It's just what they're singing. I'm singing the lyrics. Okay, I'm almost ready. Yeah. 1 second. I had a millisecond of Berger Raw. Don't tell me he spawned. Oh, no, he didn't spawn yet. Berger Raw? No! Roar! Rar. Rar. I'm not random. Okay, whatever, guys. I'm sorry you guys don't understand the English lexicon. Bear. Alright, let's depart. Let's do this. Yeah, what is that emote, dude? Jared, what's popping? Nice to see you. How are you doing today? Okay, that's not what I said, by the way. I have articulated myself properly. It's you guys that have failed to understand the English lexiconic words that I've been using. Hey, Pearly, what's good? How are you doing today? What are those emotes? The goat is kind of cute. Boop, boop, bop. Okay, are we ready for the first phase? Just the ball. The ball. Oh, wait, I forgot to bring you jelly. Can you bring a stew? Why, yes, certainly. Exactly enough. Alright, are you ready to bounce? Let's do this. First bouncy ball man. This one's easy. This one doesn't require much brain thought. No, put the other song back on. I'm not done with it. Garlic bean? I didn't bring no garlic bean. This is definitely a perfect battle theme. I miss playing Cult of the Lamb, but at the same time, my cult became so ridiculous at some point because I didn't let anybody die. Give me Elsewhere now. I'm so impatient. I know. It's going to be so fun, isn't it? It's great to meet you, Pearly. How are you doing? Hopefully you're doing fantastic. What have you been up to today? Okay, now are you guys ready for the real deal? The shreal deal? Ow. Oh, monster. Monstered. Monster. Stop some. I'm sorry. Monster. Okay, you guys ready? Root beer. Fanter. Okay. Robert. Sprite. Coca-Cola. Hey, I thought you only do 2 of those. Nice, good preemptive. Huge DPS. Oh, you can stuck the drones to the floor. That's kind of awesome. He's gonna do lasers now. Just can't have those hit us. Oh, wait, I forgot to eat my spice volt goats. I forgot to eat my McDonald's Mac cheeseburger. Not sponsored. And there he goes. Whoopsie. Nice. Okay, let's do this. Let's let the real party begin. Let's get this party started. McDonald's McCheeseburgers. I was struggling in the moment. On a hot summer day. The heat diluted my brain. Huge damage before you could even get the nuke started. You're a bit high up. I'm surprised you're not getting your butt scorched. He's gonna roar again, but he's dead, so it doesn't matter. Bye! Absolutely filleting him, dudes. Look at that. Look at that dance. Look at that dance. Do that dance. Bow, bow, bow. Wow, okay. Violence. What is that song called? Do that dance. I don't know. This guy, that's the only part of the song I know. Yeah, it's your jewel. Mi casa, your casa. Do that dance. And then it was like melody or something. Oh, wait. I forgot my sack. Hypno dancer? Oh, yeah, it's like hypno dance. Isn't it? Hypno dance. Yes, this is it. Hypno dance. That's all I know from this song. Hypno dance. Hypno dance. Hypno dance. Hypno dance. It is this. How did you get that from just that? It's insane. Good night, Oila. Good night. Take good care of yourself. Don't overstress your brain with Satisfactory too much. Nice. Small murder. Which brain? That's fair. I haven't fought this boss yet. I focus on building. Is it a lot of work to summon him? He's the current, like, final boss of the game that requires the most amount of steps. You have to first beat Celestial Champion to get toward him. And then his, like, own line of questing. You have to, like, find Monkey Island, move Pearl to Monkey Island, and many, many more things. Horn? It takes a lot. I also usually spend most of my time building, but I also farm a lot of bosses. I have some really long-term running worlds at the moment that are up to like 4,000 day mega bases. Maniac had a Horden stash. We have red spores. Sad. Oh, you have to give up your spores. That's so sad. I'm gonna spore. No, he's sporing over my base. Next up, 12 Celestial Champions. Your base. Sure. I would like to keep Full Moon a little longer. Let's turf out the kitchen. How does like 3 crockpot circles sound? 3 zircles. Or maybe 4? I can probably do 4 zircles. Actually, 3 sounds good. Maybe 2 normal, 1 Worley. Or we can do a Worley kitchen separately. I like having it integrated. I like having a communal kitchen. The fact that I even thought about this song, I've never even heard the full song once. I've just heard like a snippet from this once in my life. I'll probably put some kind of Worley thing somewhere. That's fair. I can still make you an integrated kitchen on top of that though. You're part of the crew, buddy. You're part of the crew. You're part of the crew, buddy. I like using marble floor. For kitchens. So much on the floor. Yep. Which is what we're luckily working on right now by transitioning base. Part of the crew, part of the ship, part of the ship, part of the crew. It's okay, one day I get to use Bright Shade equipment again. When we somehow finally have enough goddamn materials. It's okay, once I start playing like 100 or 200 days alone and there's just Bright Shades everywhere, it's fine. Right now we're doing so much fighting, so we're using so much equipment. Yeah, this is a pretty nice layout. I love how empty it is. It's so empty right now because it's just a turf layout, but I already have like a vision in my brain. Speak for yourself. I'm not speaking for myself. I'm speaking for all of us. I am the Lorax. This is my job. It's my purpose. It is my purpose. Did Majma ever like harvest the fumarole trees or just try to get fumarole seeds? Because if he harvested them and replanted them, they're probably long back, right? True, you're very conserving because you're woody. You don't have a lot of upkeep, which I like. I like that you don't cost a lot to keep up. This is good. You must go again. Goodbye, Cup. Take care of yourself. It was fun to do the Scions. Hopefully we maybe get to see you again tomorrow. Thank you for murdering. Aw, you're welcome. No problem. Sorry, I just wanted to say, like, respond to, like, that with the murder. Yes, I wish to build. Kuba. I am the village crazy lady. That is my job. What movie was that even from? Or what was that even from anymore? I forgot. It's been so long. It was Moana. Moana. I'm so shiny. Ba 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 ba. Vienna, if you're Polish like you. Whoa. Vienna, the country? That's spelled a little different though. Not a bad shape for a kitchen. Low key. We put crockpot circle like here. Left, right, up here. Maybe do this a little bit like this. But keep the top part like different. If it's that time of the year again, for 5 stacks of pine cones. You've waited for it. It's back. Were you guys waiting for pine cone season this year? It petrified. Will it petrify? Welcome back to the new series. Welcome back to Will It Petrify. Let's put a decorational centerpiece into the kitchen. Vaiana. Let's see if this fits. That's the biggest question. Does this even fit? Or will this be too claustrophobic? Come between us. We're dreamers. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. I need to make more turf razors. We do have a pig farm. I have no excuses. My excuse is that I made it up. Oh my god, ads are playing right now. How dare they? Should we do another giveaway? Oh my god, I just realized it's already 1 a.m. again. It might be time for me to stop, actually. I've been streaming like 8 hours a day recently. This is nuts, dude. because I'm so hooked on DSD again, which is awesome. But holy ham. I need to get to actually like chill for a while because I've been up to for so long streaming for so much. It's that new server grind sad. That's true. I think somewhere in this week I'll do a break stream where I'll stream something different like Solar Punk to take a breather and then continue onwards. I think tomorrow I'll finish the kitchen and the farm and I'll actually get to decorating. And tomorrow, I'd like to officially move into this base. Tomorrow, I want us to like live in here. And the temp base will not be a thing that we live in anymore. We will abandon the temp base starting tomorrow. Who's gonna laugh at me about the petrified trees then? Well, I'm gonna like close the world down in a second. We're gonna find out tomorrow and I can laugh at you then. Starting tomorrow, I'll probably leave the world up once we've moved into this space. I think that sounds like a good plan. Tomorrow we have to do 12 CCs. Tomorrow at DBZ? Are you ready for that, AH? I need you on Maxwell duty. CC. Can't believe it's so late already. Like, girl. That's crazy. Sorry. Fuel this one. You. I wonder what the odds are of the tree petrification. They're not very high, especially if you're in a not dense area. Like, if you're not in a big forest, it usually prioritizes forest because, well, there's way more trees there. Awesome. This is going to be our kitchen. What if I make the area dense? The higher the more trees, the denser the area, the higher the chance. And it spreads like a virus. So if it spreads, like if it starts in some trees, it can just continuously spread till it encapsulates all the trees there. Low key, what if I make this 4 and have this 3 wide? That would fit with a lot of different things too, I think. I don't know, I prefer longer grass beds. Damage, that's good. Holy. That's what I like to see. So 4 stacks should be good. Should be pretty good for if you're trying to go for petrification. I usually plan an inventory full sometimes. More, I'll definitely use all of it up. Don't even worry about that, but so we'll definitely need more. But we'll cross those bridges when we get there. All right, how about we call it for today? Before it gets too late? Kool-Aid? If you say so. What do you mean? Why are you giving me that sass now? What the hell, bro? We were on this world for so long. And now you're giving me sass? Sass? No, I'm kidding. I just like that word. Tomorrow is another day. Tomorrow we're gonna farm, go crazy, go powerful, go ham again. So which should be pretty good. And I like that idea. Shwiffa. There's also a new there's a new Fears to Fathom game, by the way, which is like 2-player. So I really want to play that eventually. It looks very fun. I love the Fears to Fathom anthology. They've been super, super duper fun to play all the time. And the new one looks pretty good from what I've seen, and I do want to check it out. I will check it out. I shall check it out. Your daily gift is blue? That's interesting. It is blue. Sucks that it wasn't my other gifts. I need more. More. I need more gifts so much. I love opening them, but it's always horrible. The new FTF? FTF? I already... What is that abbreviation stand for? Face to face? Oh, Fears to Fathom. Bro, like... I can't, like... think of abbreviations. It's not a DSD gift, but check Drawings channel. That's so cute. Look at that. You can also post that in the actual fan art channel if you'd like. There's a full-on fan art channel. Look at that. That's so sick. That is a gift. That is the best gift one could ever ask for. Look how cute that is. It's Shpyke. It's our mascot. It's our boy. It's our boy. It's our boy. My son. My cat. So cute. That's awesome. Thank you for the beautiful fan art. That is incredible. El gato. El gato. That's my boy. So cute. Rate? Yay, nay? Let's see who's on. Magnum. We can rate Magnum. Nothing like art I've made with your own hands, right? Exactly. That's what we love here. No, none of that artificial generation and slob. None of that. Good night. Thank you so much, Basilisk. You have a wonderful night too. No, my boy. Father, help, please. That's so cute. I'm glad you drew our mascot. I'm going to go right. Oh God, he's going to write fanfic. Thank you very much for that beautiful, beautiful drawing. He is wonderful. He's very pretty. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We're going to rate. I want to say thank you guys. That channel has follower only or subscriber only on. What the flip? We're going for long shot. Copy a rate message, please. Please, if you haven't already, consider joining the Discord or following the channel if you have been lurking and have been enjoying the stream, have been enjoying getting the drops and everything like that. I hope it has been a absolute big, big pleasure to have or to be here as much as it was for me to have you here. It is absolutely my pleasure, and I really appreciate you guys. It is absolutely incredible. We had another beautiful, bountiful, crazy hype train, which is insane. And the credits don't work. This is so bad, dude. Thank you, JCL, for so many bits, so many gifts. Thank you, AH, for the gifts. It is just unbelievable. Unbelievable. So thank you so much for the love and support. Please consider copying a rate message. Drop by again if you guys want to. It was my pleasure to have you guys. I love you guys. You're the best. See you on the flip side. Later.